everyone, my name is Evgen Kiselevsky and I'm happy to welcome you on the MS Stage 2021. So this is the second time we are running this conference during the pandemic, online. So please make yourself comfortable and get ready to learn about the latest updates and the most relevant cases about Microsoft technology stack implementation. Today we have really powerful and really strong speakers crew from all over the world, including some technical leaders from Microsoft itself. Thank you guys very much for your time and for your willingness to share the knowledge with the community. So we will start with the keynote, and then you will have 3 simultaneous tracks and 6 speeches in each track. Each talk will start at the beginning of a new hour and will take approximately 45 minutes. And then you will have 15 minutes break for a coffee or tea. Quarter till 1 p.m. you will have a longer break for your lunch, and we will come back at 2 p.m. Please check up-to-date schedule on the msstage.com website. Next, we've created a separate Slack group for you to communicate with speakers and each other. You may find the link for this group in your welcome letter or here on YouTube in the comments. If you don't use a Slack in your daily routine, don't worry, you don't need to install anything on your computer or mobile phone. Just push the link and you will be able to use the web version of this application. We've created a separate Slack channel for each speaker named by his name and surname, so very easy to find. And I really welcome you to put your question there, and I'm sure that all the speakers will be happy to discuss with you all the topics related to Microsoft Technology Stack and of course to the topic of their speech. And before we start, I would like to say thank you very much to our partners. With their help, we are able to make this conference free of charge to all of you. So thank you to our Platinum partners, Luxsoft, Parimatch Tech, and Virex, and to our Gold partner, Intellias. Thank you guys. All these companies heavily use Microsoft Technology Stack in their developments, and I'm sure that all of the participants will have a lot of topics to discuss with these companies' representatives. Therefore, we've created separate Slack channels for each company as well. Please join these channels. You will find a lot of activities, a lot of engagement there, and also each company prepares some nice prizes for you. So join these channels, take part in the competition, and win your prizes today. Thank you for your attention, and let's start the conference.
Warm greetings to all of the participants of MS Stage Conference 2021. My name is Lesa Manzevich. I am Employer Branding Manager for Luxsoft in Ukraine. It's a great pleasure for us to support this community event for a couple of years in a row already. At Luxsoft, we are devoted to developing our talents and help our community to grow by gaining knowledge, especially in such up-and-coming technology stack as Microsoft Stack. To be honest, we cannot imagine a better way to learn and grow than a community conference. People getting together, even online, sharing their experiences, cases, and views is the most fascinating thing, and we are really happy to be a part of it. Luxsoft itself is a great community of technology specialists, uniting over 13,000 people worldwide. Many of our projects are being developed with Microsoft Stack, and that's why we're always in search of bright and motivated young people to join our crowd. Grab your chance to meet us and learn more about our company and our projects. Visit our virtual booth, meaning Slack channel, take part in our giveaway or play our Lux City game. Nonetheless, have fun and learn. Wishing you all a wonderful time at MS Stage. Take care.
Hello everyone, my name is Oleg Tarasenko and I am DevOps engineer at Virex. Virex is a platinum partner for this event, and I have deep experience working with the Microsoft ecosystem and Azure Stack. I have more than 10 years working in IT field. And I want to invite you to my online session, which will take place on March 19th at 2 p.m. at Track C. We're gonna talk about implementation of monitoring system on Azure. So I will be happy to answer on all your questions. See ya.
Hi, I'm Sergey from Parimatch Tech. I will be speaking at MS Stage conference with the session My Beautiful Microservices, where I'm going to share my developer's experience. My talk includes both commonly used practices as well as new few exotic ones that might be interesting for you. It should be useful for any .NET developer who is doing microservices or just thinking about doing them. We will cover things like code organization and code sharing, CI/CD, health, resilience, and so on. Hope to meet you online at my talk. Cheers!
Hello, and welcome to Microsoft Stage Conference. Today we will tell you why Microsoft ecosystem is great for developers. My name is Dmitry Soshnikov. I am Cloud Developer Advocate at Microsoft, and I will be later joined by my colleague Alexander Belotsarkovsky. So when you think about Microsoft, there are a lot of things that come to mind, and you can think about them as client things or cloud. You know that Microsoft invented Windows, that was great client operating system, but lately most fun is happening in the cloud. So what comes to your mind when you think about Microsoft? Probably things like .NET, universal applications. I always think about my favorite functional programming language, F#. There are even cool things like HoloLens. All that can be considered client. And there are also a lot of things in the cloud. Some of them I will tell you about in a moment. But most interesting things happen in the intersection of client and cloud. Because, for example, recently at Microsoft Ignite, a technology like Microsoft Mesh was announced, which is the symbiosis of mixed reality techniques, HoloLens, and client technologies with cloud services. So let's start talking about the cloud. Why developers should really love the cloud? Um, well, you can think about the cloud as the way to abstract where your programming code will run. As developers, we don't want to think like which servers our code will execute on. We just want to say, here is the piece of code, I want it to run somewhere. And that is exactly what client is. It allows us to run our code somewhere without thinking too much about the details. The cloud should take away things like elasticity, scalability, security, software updates, all that. somebody else should worry. Microsoft should worry about that and not the developer. Developers should think about the logic of the application. So let's start with a story. Can we do something really useful with the cloud? Can we use Microsoft Azure to help us fight, for example, coronavirus, COVID-19? And I will tell you about the project that I did recently together with my daughter Vicky that helps fighting COVID-19. So you know that since the beginning of coronavirus pandemic, there were really a lot of scientific papers published on this subject. Luckily, there is a dataset called CORD-19, which contains about 400,000 scientific papers on this subject. About half of them is with full text. So there is indeed a lot of materials on this topic. And if a researcher wants to start researching in this field, he would have really hard time reading all of that. And of course, it would be really helpful if we could provide him with a really flexible way to search this data set, or even make some semantic conclusions from it without reading all that text. So can we try to do that? Well, of course, there are technologies like natural language processing. You probably know that in the recent years, there have been a lot of great progress in NLP. For example, what natural language processing can do, it can extract entities from us for us from given text. For example, if I have this text, given positive COVID-19 test, I have been administered 300 milligrams of favipiravir daily in the oral form. So given this text, we can extract some meaningful pieces of information from it. For example, we can say that COVID-19 is diagnosis, 300 milligrams is the dosage of medicine, favipiravir is the medicine in question, daily is the frequency of medication, and so on. Oral form is the way that medication is given. So if we are able to extract those entities, we can probably try to understand much better what is inside the given text, what is inside the given paper. So how can we train the natural language processing model to do this entity extraction? Well, we need two things for that. We need computing resources, because training large machine learning models is always expensive. And we need some labeled data. For labeled data, we can in fact find the dataset on Kaggle of medical entities. And in terms of compute, we can use Microsoft Azure. And the easiest way to do that would be just to use the virtual machine, data science virtual machine. So I will show you how easy it is to create a data science virtual machine in Azure. We can say, I want to create a resource. Just look for data science virtual machine, say create. And then you just need to provide a little bit of information, like the name of the virtual machine, the region where this machine will run. I will select North Europe. And the type of the virtual machine, NC6, is the GPU-based machine, so it will be able to train the models pretty fast. Then we can specify username and password and say create. That's how easy it is. And the good thing is that data science virtual machine would contain everything we need to do data science. So once we've done that, we can configure some DNS name for this machine so that we can access it easily. For example, I would say it's called my demo VM. I will save this name, and then I can immediately access this using SSH. So I have now powerful machine at my disposal, which I can use for training my data science model. What else I can do? You can see that there is notebook service running there. So I can immediately log into this machine through the browser using Jupyter Hub. And Jupyter is the way most data scientists work. They want to be able to run Python code. So what I will do, I will just log in to this Jupyter Hub, and I am able to create Jupyter notebooks and run them on powerful compute. So that's how easy it is to get started. To summarize, we have data science virtual machine. We can store the data on disk, and we can use GPU for training. And we can access it through Jupyter Notebook, we can access it using SSH, or even through Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code has the really great functionality called VS Code Remote, and it can in fact open directories on the remote machine as though they are available locally. And if you do that, that is quite good way to do your machine learning, but don't forget to switch off the virtual machine. The good practice would be to set automatic shutdown at midnight, and this small hint saved me a lot of cloud resources, because otherwise I might forget switching the machine off. However, this approach has some drawbacks. In particular, if you have the data set, firstly, you spend about 80% figuring out what the data is, figuring out what the data structure is. And this you don't need GPU to do that. This can be done on non-powerful VM. So normally what a data scientist would do, he would create two virtual machines, one for data preparation, one for training. And then there is a problem. How do I share the data between both of them? And there are a few ways to do that. You can use cloud storage, Azure Storage, and mount it using Fuse driver. I think this is the the optimal way to do it. And there are a few other ways. I have written a blog post which you can see. The link is here. You can have a look. There are many ways to share data between two virtual machines and to save costs. But still, there would be some problems. You would need to think about how to deploy your trained model, how to not to forget to switch off the VMs, how to do distributed training if you need higher compute power. And all that, in fact, can be done using Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is a really great service that encompasses all your needs for machine learning. It contains the way to store datasets inside Azure VM or to define datasets which are available somewhere externally. Then it contains compute. So, for example, you can easily create virtual machines from within Azure ML and use Jupyter Notebooks to access them. It also contains so-called compute clusters. So, for example, if you can work on the non-powerful VM, and then you can submit the code to train your model to the cluster. And the cluster would automatically take care about the resources. It would scale up, it would increase the number of machines if needed, and it would shut down the machines if they are not used. So using the cluster and submitting experiments for training is a great way to use Azure ML. And if you submit experiments, you also get logging for free. So you are able to log the results of all experiments and have that accessible from the centralized place. Finally, you can store all your models. And even in addition to that, Azure Machine Learning contains some tools for beginners, some no-code tools which allow you to train machine learning models, such as AutoML and Designer. Those are visual tools which allow you to do training. So Azure ML, to be short, is a really great tool. And we have used Azure ML to train our NLP model. But as soon as we did that, we realized that Microsoft already done that for us. And Microsoft created a service called Text Analytics for Health, which already contains the entity extraction for medical domain. So we switched to using Text Analytics for Health. And what Text Analytics for Health can do for us, in addition to extracting entities, it can extract relations. Like, for example, it can say that there is an entity called symptom and there is an entity called time, and this symptom occurred at this time. So this would be a relation called time of condition between those two entities. And what else this service can do? It can link every entity to an ontology. Ontology is the formalized actually it's the formalized tree of medical terms. So, for example, if you say COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, those two different terms refer to exactly the same disease. And this tool would map those two words to the same ontological concept. So we can easily understand what is meant by a certain piece of text, even though the words can be different. So this is a really great way to extract rich meaning from text. So what we need to do, we need to take our dataset. Our dataset, as I mentioned, is quite big, 400,000 papers, several, like in unpacked form, it's tens of gigabytes of text. And we need to run it through the Text Analytics for Health service. So we have core dataset, we have Text Analytics for Health. How to speed up this process? If we just called Cognitive Service directly, we would spend like a few days processing all that data. Even though in the beginning we were processing only abstracts, not the full texts. So to speed this up, we can use again Azure Machine Learning. We can define this dataset as the dataset inside Azure ML, and then we can use Azure ML cluster to do the processing in parallel. So we will take this data from, we will take the text of abstract from the dataset. We will call cognitive service, and we will end up with a JSON document like this. So this JSON document contains essential information about the paper, like publishing time, authors, ID, title, and so on. And then it also contains entities, and it contains relations. I omitted the relations here to save space, but it is in fact a JSON document like this. And you can see that there are like name of the category and so on. What can we do with those JSON documents? We want to be able to access them in the convenient way. So naturally, we can store them in some storage, on some NoSQL storage like Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is the Microsoft database for storing semi-structured data like JSON, for storing documents. In fact, Cosmos DB can store many more things. It can store graphs, it can store relational schemaless tables, and so on. But we will use it for storing and for querying JSON files. So our Azure ML cluster would store information in Cosmos DB for querying. So how can we do queries in Cosmos DB? In fact, our collection of papers is hierarchical. So we have the whole collection. Collection contains papers, and each paper contains a number of entities. And those entities are linked together using relations. So that can be queried using SQL. So I can say SQL query like this to extract some meaningful things from the document. For example, here I say I want to select the title of paper, and I want to select the entity R, which is of type, not entity, relation R, of type dosage of medication, which contains as target hydroxychloroquine, one of the medicines, most popular medicines for treating COVID-19. So with this query, I retrieve all papers that mention this hydroxychloroquine, and immediately I can see the dosages of this medicine mentioned in the paper. So let's see how this actually works. I will open the Cosmos DB database in Azure portal. You see Cosmos DB database contains this container called papers, and inside it there are items. So if I click on items, I see those JSON documents, one JSON document per paper. They look like this. And if I want to do the query, I can, in fact, type my query here. That's exactly the same query as on the slide. And I can say I want to execute it. And when I execute the query, I get the result as a JSON file again. I see the titles of papers, and I see the dosages, 50 milligram mentioned in this paper. And now the researcher can easily find what he needs. He can do the queries like that, and he can get the information immediately. However, that is not really convenient for a person who is not really good with IT, because you need to write SQL queries. And even though SQL was created for humans, it was almost never used by humans without IT background. So to make it accessible to like normal people who are medical professionals, we want to expose it in the easier form. So we can use the tool called Power BI to access the data. Power BI is really great technology because it allows us without coding, almost without coding, to create dashboards which expose data from different sources. So what we did for this project, we created the Power BI dashboard, which looks like this. And this Power BI dashboard contains, as you can see, it contains entities. And for entities, I have entity types. So for example, I can say, what are the medicines used for treating COVID-19? So I can say medication name, for example. Here is the count, the number of those entities. And on the left, I see the table of medications sorted by count. So for example, you can see that hydroxychloroquine is in fact the most popular medicine. And the second popular medicine is HCQ. And guess what? HCQ is exactly the same as hydroxychloroquine. And how do we know that? Because they have the same ontology tag. We also extract, as I mentioned, tags, ontological tags. And by that, we can know that this refers to exactly the same medicine. And then you can see those are the most popular medicines which are mentioned in treating COVID-19. And you can see that vitamin D, for example, is indeed mentioned quite a lot. And we can also examine other things like diagnoses, and of course COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2 are two most popular diagnoses, and they also have the same ontological ID. In the same manner, we can explore relations. So, for example, my previous query about dosages of medicines, I can do here in this tool. I can say I want the relation dosage of medication, and here I have the table, and I can now sort by medicine. So, for example, hydroxychloroquine 400 milligrams was used several times. So that's how easy it is to draw conclusions from this huge amount of data using Power BI. And this can be done by a normal person. However, the next step, we thought, like, can we draw some conclusions automatically without human being? Can we draw and visually represent some relationships? And in fact, we can do that. One of the most interesting thing for us was to see how the treatment strategies change. And you can do that again in Cosmos DB, because Cosmos DB contains the great thing called notebooks. Cosmos DB notebooks are Jupyter notebooks which can interoperate with Cosmos DB. So here I can do SQL queries right inside the notebook. So here, for example, I say I want to query my database, and I want to put the result into data frame called MEDS. You know that data scientists, they operate with a term called data frame, pandas data frame. So I can represent the result of SQL query as the data frame to do some further processing in Python. So here, for example, I extract medications with their ontology IDs, and I extract paper titles and paper publishing time. And also I extract the fact that the entity was negated. So, for example, if somebody says the hydroxychloroquine does not work, it would indicate that here in the negation property. So I can extract all those medicines in the table like this, and then I can do some graphical analysis. So, for example, here is the popularity of medicines, how many entities we saw published, and we can see that, of course, with time, number of publications and number of entities mentioned increased. Then we can group by ontology ID and indeed have one table of most popular medicines and how many times they were mentioned and how many times they were mentioned negatively. And we can also calculate this negativity coefficient by dividing the negative mentions by positive mentions. And we can see which are more positive and which are more negative medications immediately. Then we will consider top 15 medicines. Most popular. I removed some of them by hand, so we will take this dictionary and we can try to see how mentioning those medicines changed with time, and that would refer to different treatment strategies. So we will end up constructing the table like this. For each month I would have the number of mentions of each of those most popular medicines. And this would allow me to do graphs like that. And you can see that with time, for example, the number of mentions of hydroxychloroquine decreased, which means that this strategy became less popular, while the number of mentions of favipiravir, for example, increased with time, because that is newer strategy which comes which is now becoming more and more explored in scientific literature. So you can discover those trends automatically using Jupyter notebooks. Other things that we can explore is we can graphically represent the relationship between different entities. For example, relationship between diagnosis and treatment methods. And you can see that if we take COVID-19, a lot of papers discuss prevention, social distancing, and some of them discuss things like supplemental oxygen, drug medications, and mechanical ventilations. So that gives us quite good insight into what directions medical papers consider as a whole. And we can, of course, explore that by different periods of time. It's also interesting to see the relations between different entities. For example, on the right here, you see that, for example, antiviral therapy is closely related to prevention, and for example, ventilation is related to oxygen, which is quite normal. And on the left we have the dependencies between different medications, and you can see the combinations which were indeed popular in COVID-19 treatment. For example, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin was one of the combinations, and lopinavir and chloroquine another one. And that is quite easily distinguishable from the diagrams. So, as a summary, we did quite a lot of interesting things. We discovered meaning inside the huge amount of text, and all that with the help of a cloud. So we started with the corpus with the big data set, several gigabytes of text, which we were able to download very fast to the cloud because cloud connectivity is very fast. Then we used Text Analytics for Health to extract JSON entities, uploaded that to Cosmos DB database, and used Power BI dashboard, SQL queries, Jupyter notebooks to make sense of that data. So you see that cloud is really powerful. We can put together projects like that quite easily because you have the building blocks ready. You have building blocks for building data dashboards. You have building blocks for dealing with text. You have building blocks for storing data and so on. You don't need to think like where I would install my code. All that is available as platform level services. However, if you think about the cloud comes in different flavors. Of course, if you want like full access to your infrastructure, you can use infrastructure services of the cloud. And on the basis of the cloud, of course, there is data center hardware. And on top of that, there are infrastructure services like infrastructure services are represented by two big blocks, storage and compute. So compute allows you to do computations in the cloud, and for that you can use virtual machines, or if you need parallel computations, like in our case with processing a lot of documents in parallel, you can use things like Azure Batch. And if you want to deploy the complex infrastructure, like microservices-based infrastructure based on Kubernetes, you can use AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. There are infrastructure services for storing data, and Cosmos DB can be considered one of them. Azure Storage and things like Azure SQL can be used for relational storage. But most interestingly, on top of that, there are platform services. And platform services allow you to solve the specific tasks without worrying about details. For example, if you want a web application, you can say, I want an Azure web app. You wouldn't need to think about like which web server to use or how to update it when it becomes old. All that is taken care of by the cloud. You just put your code, or you set up automatic deployment from GitHub, and it works. If you want to create chatbot, you can use Bot Framework and Azure Bot Service. If you just want a piece of code to run somewhere in the cloud, and this is useful if you want to create an API, or if you want to process, for example, COVID data, number of infected people in different countries. If you want to process that data daily, you can set up Azure Function to run once per day and send you, for example, reports by email. This can be done by Azure Functions. If you have IoT scenario, you have specific services for IoT, and so on. And on top of that, yet there are even more powerful services. One example of those services is Text Analytics for Health, which we used, which allow you to solve very specific problems. Like there are cognitive services that can see inside pictures, that can compare faces, that can understand, like recognize different objects in images, that can deal with text, and so on. Those cognitive services, they contain pre-trained intelligent models which you can use in your applications. And finally, on top of that, there are also services for no-code scenarios where if you are not a developer, you can still accomplish a lot of the things. For example, Power Apps allow you to build applications using visual interface, and Power BI, we have seen the example of using Power BI, allows you to deal with data. A lot of interesting things, and this slide presents the most interesting ones that I have carefully selected for you, because in fact there are many more things in the cloud that can fit on this slide. And if you want links to specific resources, of course, you can find them using search on the internet, but you can also just see this one easy reference. Go there, and I have created the list of interesting resources for you.
Thank you, Dima. Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I'm a cloud solution architect and open source community lead in Microsoft. The important part of Microsoft developers ecosystem is open source. Actually, many of the services and technologies that were mentioned during this session and technologies that you can see on this slide are based on open source in some capacity. And this is the topic that I want to talk briefly about. Let me start from this simple sentence. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. I want to start from this because open source is a culture. I don't know who said that. Different sources give different author, but the key is that Microsoft strategy and Microsoft strategy with focus on the developers ecosystem now is at least partially based on open source. Developers ecosystem here was, is, and will be a critical part of these changes. Let me show you an example of our contributions on these few timelines. And as you probably know, open source and Microsoft has a rich history of partnership. And it started more than 20 years ago, not in 2004, even before, when we started to work with open source ecosystem on making a support of different distros for Hyper-V. So many users wanted to use Linux and open source software on Hyper-V, so we just needed to work with vendors and ISVs outside of Microsoft in order to make their software supported on Hyper-V. As you see, we passed a lot of important milestones, we announced a lot of different technologies, and we open sourced a lot of our products and services. And I would like to concentrate on the next slide on our strategic investment into open source. The .NET open source journey started many years ago. It was started with .NET for Windows released when Mono project began. Then F# language was released with Apache 2.0 license. And in the end of the day, in a nutshell, if you are contributing to the open source while doing some development tools and languages, it's just natural for you to look how to work with the community on these projects. Our strategic platform, .NET, has historically had a great ecosystem of developers, a great community around it. And these developers wanted to contribute, wanted to help to make these our instruments that they used and use in their daily life better. We did some job open sourcing some of the, I would say, non-critical components before 2015, and after that, when we realized how big is positive impact of this on .NET, on ecosystem around it, we started to do that very dynamically. In fact, we open sourced such serious projects like WinForms and WPF. And it would be impossible to reach the numbers in the right corner of this slide without a developers ecosystem. Because developers ecosystem, developers who are giving us their feedback, who are asking for a new functionality, who are voting on user voice, are directly impacting roadmaps of .NET and other products. And if you will go to the GitHub accounts, so Microsoft, Azure, and other accounts, you will find a lot of channels to communicate with product groups of Microsoft. And I'm highly encourage you to do so, because if you're using .NET today and you have any feedback that would be valuable for a product group, please share it with developers so they could incorporate it into their backlogs and then release it back to the ecosystem in order to make everyone's lives easier and better, and make us developers to spend less time on the development process and boilerplate coding. So another important milestones and quite impressive milestone in my opinion is our implementation of Kubernetes as a managed Azure Kubernetes service. So AKS is a platform that provides you with Kubernetes that just works. And if you want to enrich your clusters with some extra functionality, be it a sophisticated authentication or authorization system using Azure Active Directory, or integration with Security Center that provides you with security recommendations, best practices, and baseline security, or even using Azure Policy, which is a service that helps you to ensure that your clusters and components of these clusters are satisfying different policies, be it a requirement for pods to be in some state or software to be installed somewhere, etc., to name a few. This is possible, and this is possible because it was developed, it was implemented in response to what developers asked us to do. And of course, Azure Kubernetes Service is tightly connected with our development instruments like Visual Studio Code, GitHub, Azure DevSpaces, to name a few, and of course third-party instruments. And we are working closely with the community and with developers of these instruments in order to provide as seamless development experience as possible. So, but if you don't want, for example, to use or you can't use Azure Kubernetes Service, but you still want to use some great development and infrastructure instruments that we provide, we recently released Azure Arc instrument, and I want to highlight it a little more. So, Azure Arc is a hybrid solution. It was developed and released earlier for servers, Kubernetes, and databases. It provides such capabilities as automation, monitoring, and policy, to name a few, that work in the cloud. So it works this way. You have a lot of Kubernetes clusters. They can be Azure-based in Azure Kubernetes Service. They can be deployed to virtual machine. They can be on the edge. They can be in your local data center. But in the end of the day, you want to have a single window to manage all of your clusters and apply some policies, ensure that everything is going fine, etc. So Azure Arc is a tool that's intends to solve your problem about single window of management and monitoring. So the next Azure service to come, and it was announced very recently, to Arc is machine learning. So some people are using Kubernetes for machine learning, and it works quite well in different scenarios. So, but sometimes sometimes these developers have some requirement to run these machine learning models on premises or on the edge or somewhere else, so outside of the cloud. But they still have something on the cloud. Okay, and now you can use Azure Arc to connect these Kubernetes clusters with machine learning to the cloud and manage them from a single pane. So Arc-enabled machine learning is intended and will definitely solve some management, automation, policies related problems with the machine learning at the edge, like in the scenarios like predictive maintenance, asset monitoring, especially in the locations with limited connection or bandwidth. So it's worth mentioning that Arc is built to work with any Kubernetes distribution that is conformed to the standard of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, like Red Hat, Canonical, Rancher, now Nutanix, etc. So on the left side of this slide, you see a reference architecture of running machine learning model inside of the Azure Kubernetes cluster. So now it's possible to integrate this deployment on different levels, on different layers, like Kubernetes cluster, machine learning model, etc., with Azure Arc, and manage all of your deployments on different level, which is, I believe, is quite impressive. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality that anyone would need in the production, and this slide is a last but not least word about our contribution to the Kubernetes ecosystem and community. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality, and it should not, as it's always dangerous to incorporate too much of the functionality into the product or service. Actually, Kubernetes has its own ecosystem, and Microsoft employees not just commit some source code to there. Microsoft employees are inventing popular open source tools and components, like a CNAB or Dapr or Virtual Kubelet, to name a few. And of course, it's an integration with inside of our tools, like Visual Studio Code. So I'm encourage you to check these instruments. I will not go into detail here, but I encourage you to check these tools because some of these tools were born not in answer to the business need, but in answer to the developer's need. And this is how Microsoft is working with these releases, with this ecosystem. If in Microsoft developers are developing something useful that makes sense to open source, they can open source it and give it back to the community. Again, the same with Kubernetes. As we are developing Azure Kubernetes service on a scale, we have a lot of learnings and experience. And it goes back to the upstream Kubernetes team, and then it is probably will be implemented as an improvement of Kubernetes in the next version. And you, again, as I mentioned a few times, you are a key in making our tools and community tools more better because we are relying on your feedback here. So a few last words about how we are working with developers ecosystem and ecosystem in general. As Microsoft contributes and participates in many open source software projects, we also believe it's important to contribute and participate in the foundations that support them, like Cloud Native Computing Foundation, Linux Foundation, OpenJS Foundation, Open Container Initiative, etc. Some of these initiatives and foundations are open to participate for people to collaborate. And in the end of the day, if you are participating there, you are working in the project that intend to make other developers' lives easier. So again, we are proud to participate in these foundations, and we encourage everyone to participate as much as possible to make the industry better and to make industry instruments forward. It directly impacts our own Azure open source ecosystem. As Azure is a huge project, huge platform, we are talking about its dedicated ecosystem. And when we think about this ecosystem, we have a lot of partnerships because many people, many developers, infrastructure specialists do want to use their familiar instruments like Red Hat, SUSE, to name a few. And of course, we are partnering with these vendors. And these partnerships go to such level that we are jointly building, operating, and supporting services with these companies. It's not just we are just talking about with customers and partners together. We are developing a seamless experience of using. So if you're using Red Hat workloads, if you want to use it in Azure, you can be sure that you will have a seamless experience with Red Hat and Microsoft, and you will have a lot of options of technical and billing and business support from both of the companies and from both of the worlds actually. So by this, I want to say a few key ideas of Microsoft ecosystem for developers. And in closing, I want to repeat that Microsoft Azure and Microsoft ecosystem intend to provide you with easy building blocks to put together a complex system in the cloud. In the cloud, on-premise, on the edge, or in the hybrid deployment. Second, Microsoft loves open source, and it's not just a technology. It's not about technology. It's about culture. So as I mentioned before, if you go to the GitHub, you can talk with the developers directly. You can raise the issue, and developers will take a look at that. And you can impact our products. Our products then will be probably released to the open source. So you can impact the developers ecosystem on a scale. And by this, I wish you a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. programming in Java while learning Python, turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production, and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes, and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, MS Stage. I'd like to start with a big thank you to our hosts in Kiev, a shout out to the .NET developer community in Ukraine and around the world. My name's John Galloway. I'm a program manager on the .NET community team. At Microsoft, I helped launch and run the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up, and since then we've scaled up to 3 shows a week. And so if you're watching live, say hi in the chat. Love to hear from you. One of the things I love about hosting the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up is that I get to hear firsthand from the developers as they start new projects and new software solutions. And that's how I heard about Project Ty. Project Ty is a solution that helps .NET developers get to file new .NET microservices application quickly. And I'm excited to share it with you today. Before we dig deep into the tech, I want to start with the why. That's important for any technology, but it's very important for microservices. Microservices is a huge buzzword, and the area is just filled with vendors and products and a lot of confusion. And it's great to start with understanding what we're doing and why we're doing it. So microservices have evolved from the previous monolithic application architecture. In that architecture, we deployed the entire application to every server every time. And so that actually led to a lot of bottlenecks. If we wanted to scale our infrastructure, we needed to buy a new server. If we needed to deploy a tiny little bug fix, we need to deploy the entire application to every server. So with microservices, we break the application up into a bunch of small little parts that can be deployed and scaled separately. And that gives us a ton of flexibility. One of the key things that makes this viable is the use of containers. So as we made our migration, we moved from deploying to bare metal directly on the server to deploying to virtual machines. Virtual machines virtualized away the hardware, but we still deployed the operating system with every single VM. And moving to containers, we actually virtualize away the operating system as well. And that allows us to use applications as the unit of scaling. So with a virtual machine, if you think about a Windows VM, each Windows VM includes everything. It includes a copy of calc.exe and notepad.exe and tons of other stuff, right? It's not uncommon for a virtual machine to be gigabytes on disk and in memory. So also, if our deployment includes the operating system, it's not very portable and it's not interchangeable. So that's because our deployment includes the operating system as a dependency. So if we think about it, by moving from a virtual machine to a container, we get tons of flexibility, much lighter weight deployment, and tons of scalability. So we can see here in this example, we're able to move containers between different VMs, and then we say, hey, we're able to shut down this virtual machine and save some money. So it's pretty clear that there are tons of IT advantages and cost advantages to moving to microservices. But that's not the real reason to move to microservices. The big advantage of moving to microservices isn't IT and cost, it's the business and software development impact. So by moving to microservices, we're able to ship each service as soon as it's ready. We don't have to wait for the entire application to be ready to ship. We can ship bug fixes and features as soon as they're ready. And that makes us happy. It makes our customers happy. We can solve a problem for our customers today. We also give a lot of flexibility to the development teams. If a development team says, I want to use Redis for caching, and I say, I want to use my own custom cache that I wrote, and some other team says, we have a great cache that runs with a SQL Server backend, everyone can deploy their own thing without impacting the other teams. So it gives a ton of flexibility for each team to do what's best for them. And each team can focus on a specific business capability. So what that means is if we think about a business that ships products, one microservice team can focus just on billing, another can focus on the catalog, another could focus maybe on videos that they show on the marketing site. Each team can scope down to a specific business capability. And this really made sense to me when I saw the .NET Conf focus on microservices last August. We had a great talk from Brendan Burns, who is co-creator of Kubernetes, and he said microservices are really about scaling teams. So when we scale with teams with microservices, we're able to bring our team size down to what they call the 2-pizza team size. That means a team that can be fed with 2 pizzas, so maybe 5 or 6 people, depending on the appetite. And that's been shown with numerous studies to be the ideal size for all kinds of things, communication and just coordination and shipping, code velocity, etc. By moving to a microservice, now we're working at the micro teams scale. As a new developer on a team, I'm able to quickly understand the code that my team is working with and also the product and business problem that I'm solving. It's much more manageable to scope things down to the microservices size. It also forces you to scale. By moving to microservices, you're forced to, your team is forced to work with that just as a constraint in how you design everything, including your software and your teams. And it also very quickly empowers individuals and teams. As a new developer on a huge project with 100 or more people in it, it's going to take me forever to feel empowered. If I am a new developer on a team of 5 or 6 people working on a scoped problem scope, I'm very quickly going to feel empowered. I'm going to be able to make a business impact. I'm going to be able to make, recommendations. I can see a path to me being a leader of that team in a year or two, right? So it really kind of opens up the flexibility of the entire team as well. Okay, so microservices are awesome. We've all moved to microservices, except we haven't. Microservices are actually pretty hard. So microservices do open up a lot of things for IT, for cost, software development, all sorts of things. But file new microservices is not easy. When I'm starting with a new application, I've got a lot of things that I've got to deal with. I've got to learn a lot of new concepts and software products. I've got to make a bunch of decisions before I can even get started. That's hard. I hate that. When I'm starting on a new software project and I feel like if I make the wrong choice when I'm getting started, then I've got this analysis paralysis that keeps me from really just getting going. And it also makes me scared to make choices because I feel like I might make the wrong choice and I might doom the project and get fired and my entire company will go out of business. It's not good. And also there's YAML, so much YAML. So I'm given a new project. I'm on a large project and my boss says, break this into microservices. So I go to the Docker docs and I'm going to take you through a journey here. And my main point here is not for you to learn all the stuff I'm saying. My main point is to show you the complexity that Project Ti is going to abstract away for us. Okay? So day one, I go and I read the Docker docs and I say, okay, I can do this. I read through some things and I need to write some Docker files. So I can write a Docker file I pull from an image and I copy some things and I run some commands. I don't totally get it, but I think I can make it work. But then people tell me, Docker is not actually how we're deploying software anymore. We've actually all moved to Kubernetes. Why? Well, Docker's okay, but it doesn't have all the management and the flexibility and all the stuff. We need to manage and orchestrate our applications. And so the IT people and our architects said, we really need to move to Kubernetes. And Kubernetes is super powerful, but there's a lot there. The docs are super powerful too. There's a lot going on. Now I need to understand kubelets and control planes and nodes and pods and all this stuff. So I go and read the docs and I need to write some YAML is what I've learned. And so I start writing YAML and then I write some more YAML and I write a lot of YAML because that's what you do. And so, okay, I think I've got this under control, but there's so much YAML here and I wonder, could I generate this YAML? Like I have some Docker files because Kubernetes ships my Docker stuff anyway. And so I Google around and sure enough, I can use Compose and Compose will generate my Kubernetes stuff from my Docker stuff. So that's good. Oh, and also I've got to run all this stuff locally. So now I'm running Docker locally, but also I need Minikube or I could use Scaffold. And so now I'm running a bunch of stuff and welcome to the team, new developer, because you've got to install all this stuff too. So there's a lot going on. And now as I start to think about deploying and debugging and maintaining my applications, there's a lot going on there too, because I've got to trace things through my application. If something fails, I need to understand what failed, or if something's going slow, I need to understand what was slowing things down. So there's some great systems out there for that. Like Zipkin is really good for this. But I need to read some docs and write some YAML, and I want to do some logging. And so I need to read some docs and write some YAML, and I'm installing so much stuff. How do I manage all this? Well, of course, there's a package manager for Kubernetes and it's called Helm and it's pretty cool, but it's another thing with some more docs that I got to read. And wow, I haven't even started on my .NET code. So there's a lot going on and my head is exploding. And so, wow. So Project Ti simplifies a lot of stuff. It simplifies the getting started experience. It very much simplifies the developer inner loop. Write some code, test some code, get my app working kind of stuff. Project Ti is not really focused on deployment. And so I think that's, a confusing thing because so many things in the Docker and Kubernetes, universe are focused on deployment and infrastructure that it's easy to think everything is. Project Ti really is not that. So it can help with deployment, but don't think about deployment. Think about file new project and build some code sort of stuff for .NET developers. So I'm going to show you how to simplify microservices with Project Ti. We're going to take all that stuff that we're using, the Docker, the Kubernetes CLI, Docker Compose, Scaffold, all these things, and we're going to move those over, at least for the getting started experience, to Project Ti. What's cool is Project Ti is built on top of all these things. So if I start things with Project Ti and then I say, nope, I want to deeply customize my Kubernetes system, I can do that. It's all there. Project Ti is actually running on top of all these things. So I've abstracted them away, but they're still there if I want them. And as I'm getting started going, it's really easy. So instead of writing a bunch of Docker files, I can do .NET new Ti run, and I'm running with a Dockerized experience. And then if I run multiple different services, I need a way for them to all start at the same time and communicate together, etc. And instead of needing to write Docker Compose, I can do Ti run, and I can use Ti run YAML if I want to more deeply customize that. And I can do Ti init to actually generate that Ti YAML. I'll show you that in a second. Then if I want to debug my application, that's actually pretty hard for things that are running in a container. Because I've got to attach, and it's actually running on a separate thing, a separate virtualized away operating system, and things are complicated. But I can actually just do Ti run debug to attach to them. And if I want to watch things as they're running and interactively update things as they go, I can, instead of using Scaffold, I can just do Ti run -- watch. Instead of using Compose to create Kubernetes files, I can just generate them using Ti generate. And finally, when it's time to deploy my application, I can just use Ti deploy, which also includes an interactive mode, which I'll show you in my demos. So that's a lot of talking about why we're doing microservices and why Project Ti makes it easier. Let's jump into the demos and see it in action. So we're going to start with containerizing a small project and starting the services. So we're going to start by going to the repo. That's at github.com/.net/Ti. I love this repo. It's really well organized. It's very friendly. It's got all this kind of information and, welcome, how to get started, how to give feedback, etc. The documentation is top notch. So it's got a list of tutorials, things to do to get started. I recommend just working through this. If you're interested, go top to bottom. So I'm going to start by going to the Get Started, and I'm going to build a simple application. So this is going to give me the step-by-step stuff that I need to do. First, I need to install the global tool. So I'm going to copy this over and run that command. And I've already got it installed, but you can run it again and again, and it'll show the version I have installed. Great. So now I'm going to create a new front end, and I'm going to use Razor Pages, world's simplest microservice. It's only going to have a front end to start with, but I'm working through this basic tutorial. So the basic tutorial has you build a front end and back end, and they communicate together. So I do .NET new Razor Pages. So .NET new Razor -n, and I give it the namespace of front end. And I hit enter. Okay, great. So that's created my Razor Pages application. And I've written 0 Docker files. I've written 0 Kubernetes files. I've done none of that stuff. All I have is Ti installed. And so I'm now just actually going to say Ti run front end. And what's really cool is Ti understands .NET. And so it's able to look at my project file, understand that it's an ASP.NET Razor Pages application. And so it actually builds it and launches it. And now it's building and running it. And I've got this debuggable process. And it's not throwing it in Docker yet. So you'll see here, if I look in Docker, I've got no running images or anything. So it's kind of a just-in-time deployment to Docker. It does create this, this dashboard for me. So this is really cool. And even if I wasn't doing, microservices, it's cool to be able to look and see all the stuff that's going on, the metrics, and I can go in, I can click here to launch, or I can see the logs and different bindings. I mean, so this is pretty cool. And again, like, I've done nothing here. I've written the world's simplest microservice, and I've launched it using Project Ti, and that's a pretty good start. So a real microservices application, I'm going to want to have a front end and back end. So again, I'm following along with what's in the tutorial, and I'm going to stop my running app. And now what I need to do is I've got this front end and I need to add in a back end. So I'm going to say .NET new, and the back end, I'll just do Web API. And then I'm going to use the namespace back end. So I've got front end and back end. Now, in order to hook these two together, I'm going to need to create a solution. So I've got two .NET projects, and the way that we group .NET projects together is to create a solution. So I do .NET new SLN, and then I can add things to the solution. So .NET SLN add, and I'm going to add the front end and the back end. So I don't know if you knew that. That's a kind of cool feature of the .NET command line tool. You can create and manipulate solutions there. And we still haven't written any code to communicate between the two, but we're going to do that in a bit. And the main thing I want to show here is launching the front end and back end together. So all we want to do is be able to start them together at the same time. So what's cool here, I can say Ti run, and I'm in the directory with that solution, and it finds the solution, it finds the projects, launches both the front end and the back end. And now I can again launch that same dashboard. And when I open up the dashboard, now I see the front end and the back end. This is crazy, right? So now if I launch the back end, well, that's a web API project. There's nothing to show there. But if I launch the front end, that's still running. And I've got all that other stuff in the dashboard. I can go in and I can see logs or all the other stuff there, right? I can manage my application. So that's cool that I very quickly can create a front end, back end, launch them both together, etc. But if you're paying attention, it's still kind of a toy project. The two aren't talking together. So that's the next task. I need to have the front end and back end communicate. So I'm going to follow the tutorial steps. And, the main steps, as it's written, you have this model class, and it creates a sample API for weather. And there's a controller that does a weather forecast, and it's going to communicate that over. So here's the weather forecast class. It's just a data transfer object. And the controller is going to copy that, send that information down to the weather client. So here we've got the HTTP client, and here's some cool stuff that I've got set up. I want to be able to call into, I want to use this client to call into the back end. So how do the two discover each other? And here's the magic. So I have this configuration. So when I'm setting up my HTTP client, I do configuration get service URI. Where'd that come from? That get service URI is actually an extension method brought in by this NuGet package. So I've added this Microsoft Ti extensions configuration NuGet package. And all this does is read environment variables. So if you're worried about maybe someday I'm going to rip out Project Ti, it wouldn't be a problem, because that get service URI is just reading an environment variable. But the cool thing is it's one line of code, and it, by convention, the front end can now discover the back end. And so it's able to just say get service URI, and now that front end can call over to the back end and get that weather forecast. There's no other special configuration or other thing I need to wire up. No other kind of service discovery or other kind of stuff involved. And then in the index, I'm just going to, I've got the client calling get weather API down here. And then in the model, I'm just going to, I'm going to iterate through. So over in the model, I'm just doing a for each over the forecast objects that my client retrieved from the service. So now I've gone full microservices. I have a front end and a back end. I'm using the terminal inside. I'm on my Mac. I'm using Visual Studio for Mac in the integrated console here. So hopefully I'll see both of them run. Going over to my dashboard again, refreshing. So now if I go to my front end, fingers crossed, yeah, okay. So now we have our weather service on the back end, and the front end is calling into the back end. I was able to discover the back end service URI because the project just made use of Project Ty. So that's a really neat feature. Another thing I want to show is debugging. So here I'm going to set some breakpoints. And I'm just, here you can see the secrets. Our weather forecast is random, which is actually probably what most weather forecasts are. And I'm just going to be, be able to run this and debug them. And partly this works because Project Ty has not Dockerized everything yet. Project Ty actually runs .NET processes as .NET processes. So I'm able to attach to the process and I can debug it right there. So that's, I think, a really cool feature with Project Ty. Here we'll see. There it hit. Yes. Okay. So that's a really cool feature of Project Ty, is that it kind of does a just-in-time thing with the containerizing. With .NET processes, it builds them in a way that they could be Dockerized when I deploy them, but I don't have to. So here you can see I can go through and inspect everything. I can go through and test and inspect and debug my entire application, which is super cool and pretty hard to do with a lot of microservice applications. There's also a feature called --debug. Now, this is only necessary if I need to test something in startup. So you saw that I was able to debug my application without using --debug. But if I need to debug some sort of, something that happens when the applications are starting up, then, and sometimes that's a problem when you've got multiple microservices and, like you need to catch something as it's loading configuration or whatever, then I can run using --debug. But here you saw I just set a breakpoint and I'm able to just, Ty run and attach the process, and that works just fine. Okay. So now it's time to actually deploy our application. And at this point, we're actually going to need to install some software. And if you think about it, we've been able to develop a microservice application with a front end and a back end and test it and debug it and all sorts of things without having to install any software, which is a big win. But now that we're going to deploy it, we need some actual software. So we're going to need to start installing some stuff. And first of all, we're going to need Docker. And I've got that installed. I've got the Docker dashboard running. It's awesome. Now I'll also need a Docker hub. I need some sort of Docker thing to deploy to. Docker hub is by far the easiest. So I've already got that set up. And you could also use, like Azure Container Registry or whatever, but Docker hub is super simple and I'd recommend starting with that. I'm also going to need a Azure Kubernetes something to deploy to. So I need Kubernetes. I tried first doing Azure Kubernetes Service, and it's actually kind of complicated. So it's a good place to actually deploy your completed application to when you really want to, do it. But if you just want to get started plunking away on your local machine, I recommend Minikube. Minikube is super simple, runs with Docker locally, very easy to set up, configure, and run locally. So for local dev, by far my favorite. Very easy to get going. So now that we've got all that stuff set up, we can do a Ty deploy interactive and send it to all that stuff. So I've done Ty deploy. And first of all, in my other tab, I've got Minikube running. So, and I love that with multiple tabs, I can tab between them, right? So I do Ty deploy interactive. And now it says, first of all, which container registry? So as it packages stuff up, it needs somewhere to deploy to. So I'm just giving it my Docker Hub username, and it knows to understand that. And so it's actually building and pushing those images. It's compiling, building, pushing all that stuff out to Docker Hub. And then it actually it's deployed there. You can see it's all kind of running there. There's all the stuff, right? So there's my backend. You can see one thing too to understand is these images are not tiny. So this one you can see is 82 megabytes. So, and that's the compressed size. So, I mean, they're small, but they're not, that's the full image that it's pushing out to Docker Hub. So now I can go and check it out in Minikube. And I'm going to use the standard kubectl, which is the kind of standard control thing that you use. And I can see that I've got front end and back end running, which is pretty cool. So I can say kubectl get service, and it's going to list the services running. And I've got a front end, a back end, and the Kubernetes service. And I can do all the port forwarding and stuff and test out that works. So I can do kubectl port forward service / front end and give it the URL or the port mapping. And so that's mapping port 5000 to port 80. And now I can go in and I can actually test this out. So I can run browsing to localhost port 5000, which maps to that port 80 of the Kubernetes instance. And boom, there it is. So this is crazy. I'm actually running the same thing now, right? I've got this now running inside of Kubernetes. I've got the front end and the back end. And what's nice is all these images are published in a way that I could deploy this out to another Kubernetes cluster. All the artifacts are there, all the Docker files, Kubernetes files, etc. So I'm able to do all the deployment, and I have, the access to do deeper configuration if I need to do it, but I don't have to get started. So I can go in here if I want to do deeper configuration. I can go in and I can say tie init. I got to type it right. Tie init. So tie init creates this tie.yaml file. And tie.yaml, when it inits it, it's just the simple stuff that it read from the solution, the front end and back end. So that's it. But if I want, I can go in and configure this more deeply. So this is the place where I can do things like point at Docker files. And I can go deeper into how I provision, how many replicas, all that sort of stuff. Okay, so now that we've covered the basics, let's look at some more advanced usage. And we're going to go through these pretty quick because we're short on time. So first of all, service discovery. And I talked to you about the service discovery basics of exposing things as environment variables. There's actually full documentation on this that goes into this in more depth. So service discovery is a really important part of Project High and microservices in general. And so you'll want to dig into this. This describes how the different connection strings and things are made available. It talks about how you can configure them in your tie YAML. And it also gives you more information about your URIs and development. And this is important because in a microservice environment, you may have other applications that are, some other Docker instance that's not part of the kind of tie, that hasn't been created by tie, and you'll need to know how to connect to it as well. So this is an important document. Next, we'll talk about Azure Functions. And the real thing to know about Azure Functions is there is support for Azure Functions in development. There's not a full thing for deployment yet. So in order to find that, you'll go into recipes, and there is an Azure Functions recipe. And so this talks about how to develop locally. An important thing to know is when you're developing Azure Functions locally, especially on Mac or Linux, you'll need to use Azurite, and Azurite is a storage emulator, and you'll need to use that in order to run functions locally in development. All right, next up, let's go to deploying with GitHub Actions. So here's a really kind of interesting and fun scenario is the idea of actually deploying using GitHub Actions. And the idea here is because we're able to execute things, like you can actually install the Thai container in your GitHub Actions, and then you can execute things and do build steps. So here you'll see this is a cool example walking through that. And that shows how we're doing things like .NET Tool install. So we install the Microsoft Thai extensions and then go through and actually do our build and deployment using Thai from a GitHub action. So that's just a neat thing to know about. Okay, so now we're going to move to some of the last demos I'm going to show you, and we're going to move through these pretty quickly. And the point here really is not to pay attention to the exact details of how they're running, just know they're available. I really just want you to know that you can go to the docs and you can find all the stuff here. So these are all in the recipes section, and you can dig in. There's a bunch of additional deeper features. And so one of the things I really love about Project Thai is all the extensions. And there's tons of extensions for things like tracing and logging and all kinds of cool stuff. So I'm going to go over into the front end, back end application that we've looked at before. And it's basically showing all the same information, but there's one line of code here that I've added in here. It's this activity, and I've set the default tracing. And you have to set that to this W3C that sets it to the standard distributed open tracing thing. So now I'm going to go over to my Project Thai YAML, and I can go in here and I can configure, I can add in this additional tracing stuff. So this is this basic Project Thai YAML. It's just got the front end and back end, and I can add in extensions here. So I go in and add an extensions block, and then I can say, for this specific case, I can say name : Zipkin. So Zipkin, I mentioned it a bit before. It's this distributed tracing system. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to go in and set up Seek. And so Seek is this logging system. It's a cool distributed logging system. And so while I'm going in and configuring things, I'll also throw that in too. So what's neat is I can just add and remove things directly here. Super easy. With Seek, I also need to give it a log path. And so I'll just throw that in too. And that's, really all there is to it. I can go in and add and remove different stuff. I can try it out. If it doesn't work for me, I just delete it from my Thai YAML and it's gone. So here I do Thai run. I let it all spin up. So you'll see Seek and Zipkin are running as Docker images. It pulled them in. I didn't need to go in and set up a whole complex path to the Seek or Zipkin thing. It just found the Docker images. And now I go into my dashboard, and this will blow your mind. Check this out. Okay, so I can find my front end and back end, of course. So they're there. Neat, good, nothing broke. But I also have in my dashboard, I have the Zipkin and the Seek. So I can browse over to Seek and Zipkin. And part just of the way these things run, they include a whole dashboard. So now I can go in and I can see my front end, back end interaction. You can imagine, of course, if I had a more complex system with all kinds of different, back end databases and other service calls and stuff, this could be super useful. And it took one line of code. Like Zipkin was just like, seriously, add the extension in and it's done. So that's crazy. And now let's go over and look at Seek. Here we've got our Seek logs. And this gives me this really cool queryable logging instance. And what's just mind blowing is that I was able to set this up with seriously 3 lines of code. And so, what's really neat too is all these are listed out in the recipes, and I can go through and look at the actual source code for them. And I can see how they're set up. And they're literally just pulling Docker images and running them with command line options. And so I could totally build my own if I wanted. I could create my own extension and run it based on this stuff, which is pretty darn cool. So it's also neat to see how these are running things like Redis. So for instance, Redis is just a Docker image. And if I go in and look at this, it's seriously just saying, here's the image, run it. So when I look at this, when you look at this, start thinking of what else could I do here? Like I could point it at any image, and there's tons of images out there. I could point it at any Docker image out on Docker Hub or any public hub or any hub I have access to, and pull it in and instantiate it, and projectile automatically like just pull it, configure it, and run it and start it up as part of my project. So the next thing that I want to show you is liveliness and health checks. And there's a great project for that. There's a sample project, and it's called Liveliness and Readiness. And so these are two different things here. Liveliness means that my application is running. If it's not running, it needs to be restarted. So liveliness means that the service is running. Readiness means that it's actually like ready to receive traffic. So if it's not alive, kill it and restart it. If it's not ready, wait around a bit, but don't serve traffic to it. That's the basic idea. So what's neat is this integrates with the standard ASP.NET Core health check system. And so there's already this health check system that's managing this stuff. It makes it really easy for .NET microservices and applications to say, yes, I'm ready, or how overloaded am I, etc. And it surfaces it. And then it passes this up using Project Ti through to Docker and Kubernetes to say, here's my liveliness and readiness information. Here I've got also two replicas indicated. And replicas is a Kubernetes thing. What this is saying is if there's less than 2 running, kill or restart, right? So Kubernetes knows its target is 2 running apps. So I'm stopping my running application. We'll restart the liveliness and readiness one. And here we go. Okay, let's switch over to that directory, cd liveliness and readiness. Boom, let's Ti run. Okay. And so now we'll see the application running, and you'll see first things move to a healthy state, and then they move to a ready state. So healthy means that the service is alive. Ready means ready to receive traffic. So it's really cool. The point here is that ASP.NET Core already has a system for indicating health, liveliness, and readiness, and Project Ti is helping to surface that up and help that be available to the other stuff. Now, the next thing I want to show you is a little bit mean, because this is actually something you don't have access to yet. I'm running an internal build, and this is the VS Code extension that we're building for Project Ti. So here you can see I've got my application running. I've got, I'm able to click through directly on the application. I can click to debug or see the dashboard, which is pretty cool. And so this is automatically just built and discovered using Project Ti. It just knows how to find stuff and it does it. So we can also, let's switch over and we'll open a more complex application. So this one is a voting application. It's got a bunch of stuff going on. And so we'll switch over to there. This one has Redis and front ends and back ends and all kinds of crazy insanity. And when we go in here, there's nothing running to start with. So the add-in says I can't find anything. We do Ti run, and then we refresh it, and we're able to connect over to those instances. So then the add-in's able to connect over using those standard APIs, and it's able to find the running stuff. So now we'll refresh it. So here we've got Postgres, Redis, we've got a worker, a results, and a vote. And these are all like discovered. I'm able to go through and click and see the logs. And then I could also go and click in and see, the dashboard and all the other stuff for each running app. I can click to debug, and I could attach directly to it. So this is a an add-in we're building to be released soon. Okay, so now let's wrap up with some frequently asked questions. First of all, when's it going to be ready? So it's still classified as an experiment, and so the official word is it may not be until .NET 6. However, since it's mostly used as a development time tool, there's no reason why you can't use this today to develop your applications. You're still deploying Docker instances onto Kubernetes, and so there's no real production thing that you're deploying unless you're using like the GitHub Actions. So I'd say go ahead and start trying it out. Okay, next, how does this compare with Docker Compose? So Docker Compose is great. However, it requires you to Dockerize things right at the beginning, and it's very Docker focused. So a nice thing about Project Ty is that it understands .NET solutions and projects, and it's able to figure out all your things for you from a .NET application point of view. That being said, the team is looking at working more towards parity or deeper integration with Docker Compose going forward. And then there's other questions about how it compares with things like Dapr or Service Fabric or other, larger things. And the real idea here is that it's not an orchestrator. It's more something that sits on top of it. So it's more agnostic to those sorts of things. So for instance, there's there's a recipe that walks you through using Dapr with Project Ty. So really the kind of service orchestration stuff is a separate concern. All right, what's next for you? First of all, I recommend going through the docs. I just walked you through a lot of the tutorials. They're pretty easy to do and actually pretty fun. You'll be surprised how quickly you can get started. Secondly, take the survey. The team is really interested in your feedback as they're finishing up building Project Ty. So let them know how you'd like to use it, and they'll be happy to reach out to you and find out more about real-world examples of what you would like to build with Project Ty. And finally, there's been some great content recently. There was a .NET Conf focus on microservices, and then just at .NET Conf this November, we had some great sessions on Project Ty. There was this one here from the team developing and deploying microservices with Ty. There was also one with John Gallant that I mentioned earlier that I highly recommend. And there is on the .NET website, there's an entire microservices on .NET, and that walks you through a lot of things, including some getting started, architecture guidance, and more. Thanks so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at MS Stage. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Hello, my name is Radu Vunvulea, and for the next 40-45 minutes, we'll talk about application modernization in 2021 and beyond. So, if you want to find more about how you can modernize your application using Azure services and CAF framework, please join the session and let's take together to talk about it. So, before going forward, I would like to present myself. My name is Radu Vunvulea. I'm working for a company called Endava. My first commercial project in Azure was in 2010. And in 2015, I had the opportunity to start to work with AWS. I'm also Microsoft Regional Director and Microsoft Azure MVP. Most of the projects that I worked in the last 6-7 years were around cloud, around Azure, about application modernization, cloud adoption, and migration from on-prem to cloud or from one cloud provider to another. Hybrid scenario, multi-cloud are very common nowadays. It's very important to know exactly what are the services, what are the features that we can use to be able to improve our application, make them more and more useful. And this is why I would try in the next half an hour to focus on this. What are the Azure services that can improve our way of working, the way how we adopt cloud, the way how we improve the business or reinvent the business using core Azure services. Now, let's take a look on where we are now and where we'll be in a few years. Take into account that more than 90% of companies are using cloud. Doesn't mean that they are using 100%, no, but at least they are using one AWS, Azure, or GCP service. Can be storage, can be computation, can be anything that is cloud related. Cost optimization is the primary reason for around 45-50 of enterprise cloud migration. They don't care about anything else. In the end, it's about cost optimization. They're in the moment and time when they need to decide, do I want to invest in my current infrastructure or pay more for it? Or I want to do the step to do an outsourcing of all of this responsibility to a provider, to a cloud provider, and in the end to reduce the cost. As we already know, even if on the paper things looks very well, once you start to do the cloud adoption or the migration, things might not look as you expected, and we'll see why and what we can do to improve it. Now, during cloud adoption, enterprise are looking at multi-cloud, and this is awesome, this is great, but we need to be aware that a multi-cloud solution also means more money. Having a solution that can run on 2 or 3 different cloud vendors isn't it so simple, and usually you cannot use the full services, the great services that you have from a SaaS offer. Usually you are more close to an IaaS services than to the SaaS one. Also, public cloud adoption continued to accelerate, especially last year with the work from home and COVID-19. Things started to go very crazy. So cloud adoption is one of the fastest things that are happening now from the technology and IT point of view. And public cloud adoption is evolving, is changing how it looks like, what we want to achieve, and also more and more we are seeing basically more and more services that are around platform as a service and software as a service. So it's more and more easily to do a migration, to run your workloads, to store your data inside cloud. But even if organizations are struggling to handle everything that is around optimization, about cost and cloud operation. Why? It's not because it's not possible to be done, but because the pace of cloud adoption is so fast and you are just looking on how I can adopt, how I can move my workload, my payload to cloud. I'm forgetting about the framework, the thing that I need to take into account to be able to track the codes, to be able to optimize them, how I can do the right operation, because as you already know, the operation activities and procedures that you have for on-premise system are not the same as you would have on a cloud vendor. Might look similar, but they're a little bit different. Let's start with a very simple example. Imagine that you're working at a warehouse management system, a very basic one. It's just some line of business application that is doing the tracking of goods inside the warehouse. You have a web interface where you can check the current stock in different locations and so on. And you need to do a lot of integration with third parties. And in a 10 kilometers area, you have around 3 warehouses with around 800 employees that are working 24/7, because you need to deliver goods everywhere, anytime. And usually you have around 20,000 goods that are leaving the warehouse, meaning that at least 50 to 20,000 goods also are entering in the warehouse. And you want to reinvent the way how you do the goods management, the stock check, and so on. And you decide, okay, let's do migration, let's try to use cloud, let's try to adopt cloud and see what we can do there. On the paper, things are looking awesome, but once you start to do the cloud adoption, you realize 200% additional cost. Stakeholders are already frightened about the final cost of all the migration. You started with a 9 million program, and you said, okay, in this time frame, with a 9 million investing for the next 3 years and an initial investment of 2 or 3 million, I will be able to have the full solution deployed inside the cloud, scalable, and I will be more easily to acquire other warehouses and to expand my business. But lack of the business features that were not yet integrated in the core application makes you almost impossible to use the current solution. And initially, the forecast was the operational cost will go at half, so it will be more and more cheaper to do everything that's around operational, and you will have more money to invest in new features, things like that. But the reality is that things are not looking as expected. A part of subsystems are still running on-prem, so you have a lot of operational costs inside the cloud, inside the on-prem, lack of skills. You're trying to use the same tools, the same procedures for the services that are already migrated inside cloud, and your team is struggling. So what you could do, what are the things that you could do? And you're asking yourself, okay, I'm doing this correctly, what I'm missing? And what I see normally that in this kind of situation, customers are saying that cloud is more expensive than we expected. Cloud is not okay. And yes, might be, but many times not because the cloud services, but the way how we are using cloud, how we are using the features, and how we are managing it. We are not covering the full life cycle of the application. We are just trying to focus on pushing service things inside cloud and nothing more than that. Now, before jumping to the technical part to see how we could adopt cloud, let's talk a little bit about why, how, and what. Why do enterprise need application modernization, and why they are taking cloud into account? They want to do cost avoidance, to increase staff productivity, to improve the customer experience, to be able to serve customer 24/7 with better SLA, with faster application, and also new features, new ideas that they have, to be able to deploy them on the market much, much faster. And in the end, they are looking to build a new revenue stream. In the end, it's all about business, it's all about money, and they want to have a new business stream or to optimize and improve the current one. What does application modernization mean? Well, it's about rewriting application, might be. It's about migration, might be. It's about adoption cloud, yes. But in the end, we are coming back to a new business stream and create new value in the current business or in new areas of business where the customer would like to tackle, to go. And to be able to do this faster in a very short period of time with a minimal investment, we need new features, new capabilities. And if you are looking at cloud, we will identify that it's more easily to add new features, to add new capabilities inside cloud versus on on-prem system. How many of you had the opportunity to configure a SQL cluster, a SQL Server cluster on on-prem system 10 years ago or 8 years ago? It usually took around a few days and it is a lot of working. Nowadays, with AWS or with Azure, it just take a few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let's say maximum half an hour, but in most of the cases, you will already have the cluster ready, everything deployed, and you need to just put the schema, the data, and here we go. You are ready to improve the business. how we do the application modernization, how we do the improvements inside the application. If you're looking at Azure and you plan to use Azure, I would highly recommend you to take a look on Cloud Adoption Framework. Why? Because this is a framework that did not appear just because Microsoft wanted to push a framework on the market. No, it is developed, it is built based on Microsoft internal experience and their partners. So it's full with best practices, recommendation, ways of doing things, pushing different tools that you can use to be able to cover different steps. You have even templates that you can use for different phases and so on. If you are talking about Cloud Adoption Framework, it's covering 6 different pillars. It's about define the strategy, where your main purpose is to identify the business KPIs and the business value to the stakeholders, why they want to do application modernization, why they want to do the cloud adoption. The second thing is the plan, where you try to identify a high-level plan and what would be approach to be able to tackle this. In the ready phase, you're starting to talk about the landing zone, the way how the application or the system really will interact. You might also try to do a POC and an MVP to validate the concept, the idea, to iterate, to cover different aspects, like, for example, governance, security, and so on. And you have the adopt phase, where you do the application modernization, the adoption of the cloud or the migration by itself. You're taking one or multiple systems and you start to move them inside cloud or to build them inside cloud. There are 2 other components that are very important to be aware of: the governance part and the manage part. The governance is covering everything that is related to control, to secure who can do what they are allowed to do, who gives control. It's covering the security part, how you expose your data, in which ways, and things like that. And also to ensure that you are complying with all the regulatory requirements that are on the market or local laws and things like that. The managed part is basically what are the processes, what are the activities that you need to do during the operational phase, and what other processes and procedures you could have to be able to do optimization. Think about that Microsoft and Azure is offering you a tool set that can be used to identify the resources or different instances that are over provisioning, or where you could do some optimization. Even so, you need to monitor them, you need to take action. Now, what we will focus is on the adopt phase, where we'll talk about migration and innovation and the ways of working, covering the development experience, best practices, how you do configuration, the procedure, and even the tools themselves. If you want to find more about CAF or any of these phases, I will highly recommend you to visit the Cloud Adoption Framework portal that Microsoft had, but be very careful. Don't try to read as a book, because there is a lot of information. Try to cover a high-level overview, and after that to go deeper in the areas what you are looking on. Even if you are a project manager or non-technical person, you will find, especially for defined, planned, and ready, very good ways of define the business KPIs, different documents and templates that can be used basically to prepare for the adoption and to ensure that you are monitoring the right KPIs to have success. So, how you would adopt Azure services inside your organization? And my proposal is the following. Let's start with a very simple application that is built around APIs. APIs nowadays are very common. Almost all the systems that we are working on are connected to the internet or in an intranet and are exposing a REST API or kind of API to allow them to communicate with other systems, with customers, and so on. And it's very important to understand the business requirement to identify the quality attributes that we are looking on for this application, and to do a match with the Azure services that would allow us to do the application modernization by itself. We have the following application. We have an application that exposes two different APIs. A REST API that can be consumed by other machines or by a dashboard, and the web app, where basically we have a simple dashboard where you can check the stock and things like that. We have a backend layer that is doing the processing, the synchronization, and so on, and two different type of storages: a classical file storage on an on-prem system, nothing special, just storing files and different content to items and different documents, and a SQL server where you have the relational database. Nothing more than that. Pretty simple, right? It doesn't look too complex. Now, let's try to talk a little bit about storage. The file storage and the SQL server can be very easily replaced during a cloud adoption with Azure Storage and Azure SQL DB. It is very common for people in the moment when they're talking at high-level architecture to try to go, okay, what kind of SQL database we need? And yes, it's fine, but you need to understand before it what are the data requirements. From the processing part, the size, the response time, what type of queries you'll need to do, and so on. And Azure Storage is compatible with SMTP, so it's very easily to be able to map it as a file storage. And if you still decide to keep or to do a multi-phase adoption, where a part of the backend will need still to communicate in a classical manner with the file storage, Azure Storage is one of the best solutions that you have. Now, during the migration, you would ask yourself, okay, I have the on-premise files. How I can take them and move them inside cloud to Azure Storage? Well, a very simple solution, now depends on how many data you have, is, for example, AC copy. If you have just a few gigabytes of file, AC copy is a very good solution. And what is nice to AC copy is that can be easily integrated with other tools. In the end, it's just a command line approach where you can execute different requests and so on. So for example, in this case, what we have here, I'm just executing locally AZ copy, and I'm copying everything that is under to copy to blob storage location. Once I'm triggering it, automatically detect any kind of file that I have locally, and is doing the copy to cloud, to blob storage. If now, for example, we go and check the portal and we go to the storage account, what we will see here that the content was already copied in the transfer location to copy, and here we have the demo that was copied a few seconds ago, basically. If I'm adding something more there, let's say that we have the demo, let's do some copy paste and let's execute the same thing. In the end, this will happen. You can get the status of it, you can check the current status, you can even do resume because it's based on HTTP protocol. So it's very easily, so you can use it very, very easily without any kind of problem. Now, if you have, if the quantity of the data that you need to migrate is much, much higher, you might need to think about other solution that Microsoft is offering to do data migration, even sending the disks themselves to Azure region, to a Microsoft facility to be able to do the copy to them. Now, Another option is Azure Data Factory, especially when you need to do orchestration or some transformation of data, filtering, validation, and so on. Azure Data Factory might be a much better solution. Now, let's go to the SQL and let's talk a little bit about SQL DB. There are many flavors of how you can run SQL inside Azure. And you need to be aware that there are some features. There is a level of compatibility that you need to take into account, especially when you decide to do a migration. And before doing the migration itself, you need to identify the level of compatibility between your on-premise database and the one that you want to use from Azure. And the second thing that you need to do here is to ensure that you are covering all the changes that you might need to do to the schema, to the procedures, to the database itself, to be able to run with success inside Azure. Now, this is Data Migration Assistant that is allowing us to do two different things: to do the assessment or to do the migration itself. What is pretty nice here, if you are doing the assessment and things like that, Data Migration Assistant also can provide us different recommendations related to what are the things that we need to change to be able to do the data migration. Might do some recommendation to the schema, to the way how you're running the procedures and things like that. And also we have Azure Data Migration Service, that is a service that is allowing us to do end-to-end all this data migration, covering the data reading from the on-premise system to pushing it inside. Okay, now let's talk about the next phase that we should do. And let's talk about web apps and REST APIs. We said that we have the web apps and the REST APIs. Now the question that would pop up in our mind is the following. We already have the implementation. What are the services? What are the Azure services that we could do to be able to do a very good match between the on-premise solution that we would like to migrate to cloud and the services, the Azure services that we have. Now, for the front-end layer, we could think about Azure App Services, where we have Azure API apps and web apps. We could think about Azure Kubernetes Services that is pretty appealing, especially nowadays, having some Docker images and just pushing the content there. And in this way, we would have a very good compatibility level at the web app and REST API if we would think about migrating to another cloud vendor or coming back to on-prem, or we could go with a serverless approach using Azure Functions. Now, one of the things that is very important to remember and to know about Azure Web Apps is that they are allowing us to run Docker images inside them. And it's pretty awesome and it's very, very useful. Why? Because using this feature, you can create Docker images of your on-premise solution if you are using the same technology stack as the one that is supported inside App Services, and to run it without any kind of problems inside Azure Web Apps. And this is amazing because you can reuse your knowledge if you already have technical teams that use Docker and develop applications inside Docker, just to push the content inside the web apps. And you create an you create a separation layer between the implementation and where the solution is running. So let's just take a look on App Services. And what I want to emphasize here, because you will find a lot of demos, but what I want to show you here and what I would like to talk about is the following. When we have when we have the app service itself, we can specify exactly from where the image is loaded. We can use Azure Container Registry, we can use Docker Hub, and if we want, we can use a private repository. So basically, we can load the image from any location, and if we want, we can play around and compose our own content by ourselves. It's very easily, and we can define different scaling rule, up and down, things like that. So it's very easily to use, and sometimes, especially if you need only the front-end part, it's much easier than using Kubernetes or any other solution. Okay, how we are monitoring, how we can monitor our solution, because on on-prem system we might have some custom solutions, or we might pay license for different monitoring providers that are on the market. For web application, App Insights, it's a very good and powerful solution. And why? I usually try to compare Application Insight with Google Analytics for support, for operation. And why? Because it's giving you the full track. You have the full traceability about what happened, and you can see what happened before and after a specific error pop up, and you can track this per session, so you can see exactly and to see all the logs and all the actions that a user done before and after an event. And this is very useful. Except plus, additional to this, you can combine the logs that are coming from different Azure services with the one that you have from the application. So in one view, you can see everything. And when you need to do a tracking to identify exactly what was the root cause, or the operation team needs to do an investigation, it's much easier. It's very simple and very powerful. And you also can export the data in other location if you want. Talking about exporting the data, we need to be aware of secrets. On-premise system, you might say, well, I have a physical vault, or I don't care about the vault because I'm on-prem and I have full control of who access what. Inside cloud, things are a little bit different. So you need to take into account a service where you keep your secrets, the connection strings, certifications, and so on. And one good place to be able to do this inside Azure is Azure Key Vault. It's basically a location where you can manage the certification, the secrets, the connection strings, and so on. What is very powerful to Key Vault is the integration, the level of integration that Key Vault has with all other Azure services. So once you're starting to store secrets or keys or certification inside inside the Key Vault, then it is much easier if you need to get the key, to get the secret, to get the certification, to specify, for example, that the web app instance where the Docker image is running will be able to access key 1, key 2, or certification A or B from that vault. Nothing more than that. You don't need to do the authentication using user and pass or tokens or anything else. No. It's built inside the Azure. This kind of identity, service-based identity, that simplify the way how you manage access and how you manage content, and you share content between different Azure services. Two more things. How you manage access is using Rubak, and you can specify exactly for each service instance or for each user what is his role, what he can do. And you can do it very, very granular, per storage, per service, per type, per timeline, and so on. And what kind of operation, read, write, list, remove, / delete, and so on. And the second thing is where you're storing your configuration. Now, storing the configuration on on-prem systems, usually you might have some configuration files, or you're deciding, okay, we'll put everything inside the repository, can be a NoSQL or SQL solution, and you're managing the configuration over there. And yes, it's pretty okay, it will work, it's pretty nice. Things might look pretty ugly at the moment in time when you need to do versioning, or you need to have multiple versions of the same configuration. For example, you might be running 2 or 3 different versions of the same application at the same time, and the connection string might target different databases, or might look a little bit different. And in this kind of situation, if you are deciding to use Azure and you're deciding to go on this patch, you need to take into account to use app configuration. Now, app configuration is one central location where you can store all the configuration that you have for your solutions, not only for one application, but for all solutions that you have and you're using. Basically, you can specify exactly the keys and the values for them. And what is pretty awesome here is the following. You can decide to have a configuration. Let's create a key vault reference. And let's say that it's DB connection string. Okay? And you don't want to store in clear text inside app configuration. No, what you can do, you can specify exactly what is the key vault and what is the secret from the key vault that has the value of your key. Allowing you to manage directly not only who has access to it, but also ensuring that even if somebody get access to app configuration, they still will not be able to see the connection string because it is stored inside the vault, inside the key vault. And to be able to access it, he will need to have the rights provided to that service or to that person to access the key from the key vault. So compromising your data, compromising your secrets is not so easily anymore. Maybe connection string is not so important, but for example, certifications, private certification are a pretty big deal, and you need to be able to cover this and to handle them. Okay, backend. Just processing data, just managing the data and so on. In most of the cases when we're talking about backend, we have 3 big options: Azure Kubernetes Services, Azure Container Instances, and Azure Functions. They are similar with some different things. Even on Azure Function, now we have support for Docker, so you can run serverless and write in a Docker-like approach. What I usually recommend, especially if you don't want to do too much operation and manage, and you don't want to go too deep in the orchestration part, try to see and analyze if Azure Container Instances is a good option for you. And nevertheless, remember that, for example, even if you decide to go with Azure Kubernetes Service and you have a high peak, you can configure auto-scaling in such a way that to spin up automatically some Azure Container Instances with your image until the peak goes down, and until you will scale up your cluster. This is a very good tip, especially if you have solutions with strict SLAs. Okay, for managing the APIs and things like that, to do the HTTP load balancing part, Azure Application Gateway is one of the best solutions that are on the market, but it is not enough, especially if you decide to deploy your solution in 2 different locations. Application gateway, it is a local load balancer per region, but not overall on multiple locations. For this kind of situation, what we have on the market now is Azure Traffic Manager, that is basically a global load balancer that supports any kind of traffic, including TCP/IP. And we have Azure Front Door, that is basically the traffic manager, but dedicated only for HTTPS protocol. You have the global load balancer. You can define complex routing rules, including based on the parameters, based on how the URL is looking, or different things that you have in the header. So you can already route users on different locations, in different regions, based on some tagging. You can specify exactly rate limitations to protect your backend, to protect your system. So if you're thinking about the layer that is on top of your application, and you're talking about REST API and web solutions, Azure Application Gateway and Front Door, it is something that you need to consider. Even if you don't use web apps and you decide to go only with Azure Kubernetes or Azure Container Instances, still Azure Application Gateway and Front Door are very good solution for you, versus to manage the application gateway by yourself inside the cluster. But Front Door will not be very easily to replace, and take into account that Front Door, as Traffic Manager and Azure AD, have SLAs at global level. They are not per region. The instance is at the global level. Now, before going forward, I don't want to talk too much about security. I think that we cover some things. About virtual networks, there is one thing that I want to specify. Even if you're using AWS, Azure, GCP, or any other cloud providers, please take into account the complexity of the network that you will end up in a few years, with a lot of subnets, with a lot of integration, and so on. And why I'm saying this, because it's very important to think about ways of managing this in a very constructive way, especially once you start to have virtual appliance, start monitoring the traffic, playing the role of a firewall, and things like that. And for this kind of situation, on the hub-spoke approach, where you have the main hub and different VNet or subnets that are playing the role of the spokes with different applications, with different systems, it's a very good pattern that you need to take into account. Because otherwise, peering all the networks between themselves and with the on-premise systems will be a nightmare. Data migration and data synchronization, it's a fact. Maybe you do data migration only one time, but data synchronization is something recurrent that you need to do not only with the third parties, but also with other solutions that you might have. And usually on-prem system, you have the SSIS packages, you have the DB sync, you have the payload sync, the API sync, and many more. When you're inside Azure, you might want to take into account 3 different services. Azure File Sync to synchronize on-prem content, file content, with the data inside cloud. Azure SQL Sync to synchronize on-prem instances with the Azure SQL instances. You might need to do them only one time or multiple times, depend of the business requirement. And Azure Data Factory. If you need to do any kind of data transformation, an ETL, or you need to run your own SSIS packages, Azure Data Factory natively can run an SSIS package, and many times you don't even need to change the package. The SSIS package, you can just run inside Data Factory. Another thing I really like at Azure Data Factory, it has a lot of integration with different, not only Azure services, but also on-prem solutions. So end-to-end integration is much easily with it. It is not very easy to use. It's a little bit complex, but for large data sets, for large solutions, Azure Data Factory, it is a very good match if you're looking on long-term solution where you don't want to do customization over customization over customization. Why? Because it is buggy and it will consume a lot of resources and you cannot scale it automatically based on your needs. For on-premise connectivity, you have the site-to-site VPN or the ExpressRoute. ExpressRoute is offering you 2 dedicated connections, wire connection from your on-prem location to Azure. It is a little bit more expensive, but it's starting to be more and more affordable, and for strict SLAs and strong response time, ExpressRoute is something that you need to take into account. And hub-spoke topology, from the network point of view, it's a have-to, I would say. In most of the cases, hub-spoke topology is the way of how you should design your solution. Final thoughts, the things that we need to take into account. If you're talking about the payload, there are a lot of services inside Azure. The ones that are very important are Azure Web Apps and Azure Kubernetes. These two are the most used and relevant one. Worst case, Azure VMs with scale sets are the way of doing a lift and shift. If you're talking about database and you need to decide what kind of database, in most of the cases for large migration, for large solutions, Azure Elastic Pool, it's a good trade-off between SQLDB and managed instances, offering you good cost optimization and scalability and having nice feature. Managed instances is providing you a very strong backward compatibility with SQL Server and very good performance. If you can go with NoSQL solution like Azure Cosmos DB, go with it. Many times, if you plan multiple iteration of a cloud adoption and of an application modernization, Cosmos DB can be seen as a later on improvement once you have the application running inside cloud. Storage selection. Azure File Storage is offering a very strong backward compatibility and it can be even mapped on Windows and Linux machines as a partition. So it's offering you a very good backward compatibility when you have some on-premise system that will still run for a few months or years. So thank you. Thank you for your time. If you have any kind of questions, please ask me now, or you can do it later on over Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you and have a great day.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's it's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, everyone. First of all, let me say thank you for joining me today. I will try to share extremely interesting and special knowledge with all of you, and I hope that you will learn. We're going to talk about implementation of monitoring system for Azure. And before we start, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm DevOps engineer at Varex, and I have experience in IT almost 10 years. I have deep experience working with different technologies, open source solutions, with Microsoft ecosystem, and of course with the Azure Stack. So let's begin. But before we begin, a few words about our company for which we actually were implementing this solution. Varex is a fintech company. It's LCA licensed. It's based in UK, London. It has R&D center in Ukraine, and it has more than 3 million active users worldwide. Varex is a partner, has a partnership with the MasterCard, which make it special and a bright star in night sky of the cryptocurrencies companies. Varex provide ability to transfer, change, and work with the traditional currencies plus with the cryptocurrencies. So we're going to talk about our issues. We're going to talk about what monitoring for us in our particular way, why we need to upgrade it, why we need to implement something new. So we talk about issues and goals. We will go through our Azure infrastructure. We will go through technology stack that we use. And we will talk about monitoring instruments. We're going to talk about what Microsoft provide from the box for everyone. And we will talk about what we have from the third party that we use for daily basis to monitor our complex infrastructure. We'll talk about our solution that we found extremely helpful and extremely cool to use to monitor different services and the services that we wasn't able to monitor before implementing. And we go through the conclusion and talk about benefits, pluses, how it could be easily integrated into your own infrastructure. So let's dive in. First, why monitoring is so important for us and for everybody else. For us, it's because we are a fintech project and we are a global payment platform, which means that we have more than 3 million active users worldwide. And we provide service that gives ability for users to spend money, save money in one place, in one wallet. And it means that users could exchange and transfer their money with different users, with different systems. For us, this means that we cannot afford ourselves timeouts. We cannot afford that user get bad service. And to get that, to get to the point that we give great service, we need to monitor everything and be able to respond if any issues are happening and we're experiencing any issues. As a result, we have complex Azure infrastructure. We have multi-component, I will say we even have multi-component infrastructure, complex Azure infrastructure. We have thousands and millions of events each day. And as a result, we have high load system, which must be highly available. We do not see that our system is experiencing timeout or errors. So if we're experiencing that, we need to respond. Targets and our goals. We want to be able to monitor every single component in our Azure infrastructure. We want to able to monitor skill set. Little brief about and background about skill set for those who don't know, because This is a resource that potentially could be used for building a cluster on Service Fabric or even a Kubernetes. This resource should be monitored because it's basic for our Service Fabric cluster in which our microservices are deployed. And so microservices, we need to be able to monitor every single service in every scale set instance. You will see how much microservices do we have and how a lot of high load this is putting on us. When we're talking about microservices, we're talking that the service before deploying to the production, it needs to be tested and go around in the development environment. And we want to see what happened with the microservice in the first stage before deploying it to the production. Because if something is happening in the dev environment and we didn't respond correctly, it will faulty deploy it into the production, and there will have real problems and real issues. And we cannot afford that because we need to give high level SLA level of the service for our users. And this is why monitoring is important. Also, continuous monitoring deployment. When we're talking about scale sets and microservices, another side is monitoring infrastructure. Yes, it's not enough to have monitoring for the scale set microservices. If something is happening in the side of monitoring infrastructure, in monitoring services, we need to be able to fastly respond and fastly fix those, fastly deploy new service or redeploy it. And for us, this is a moment of less than a minute. We could not go monkey work and deploy our monitoring services from the scratch. We need to continuously deploy it from the start to the end, less than 1 minute. Continuous monitoring upgrade. As a deployment, it's important to upgrade our services. New upgrades are coming. New fixes, new security fixes are applied to our monitoring infrastructure and services that we use. So if you want to upgrade, we don't have maintenance time that is less than 1 minute. We have more than 1 minute. We have less than 1 minute. So we need to be able to deploy our monitoring infrastructure for less than 1 minute and upgrade it less than 1 minute. This is why we want it to be continuous. And of course, alerting. We want to have alert for every scale set instance. We have to have alerting for every service. If we have thresholds on the 90% of using resources by microservice, we want to know if this particular resource on some instance on any scale set are using more than 90%. We want to see that and react, because we cannot afford to deploy to the production with this huge impact. So before diving in and going further, let's talk about infrastructure. You have a view, what do we have in our side and with what we are dealing, what infrastructure do we have, why I'm saying it's complex. So Azure infrastructure. From the beginning it was simple, but we were growing, our company were growing, we were implementing new solutions, new technologies, and we needed to use new resources. We need to use specific resources, and that's why we have Service Fabric. This is why we have event hubs, we have service buses, traffic managers, we have virtualized, containerized infrastructure and components. Yes, we have Elastic pools, storage account, etc. So we have a lot of different infrastructures, and we have a really huge Azure and complex infrastructure. When I'm saying that our infrastructure is complex, I mean it's complex because we have more than 350 resource groups. We have more than 160 virtual machine scale sets. Just to point that every single scale set in our case, could have more than 25 instances each. So you can imagine the number of the total instances if we have 160, but only one could have up to 25 instances. We have more than 260 storage accounts, and for the guys who have experience working with Azure know that this is over the limit, but this is our needs. So yes, it's already huge, and when I'm saying huge, I mean more than 1,000 databases. And if we're talking about our network environment, we have more than 100 virtual networks, 280 load balancers, etc. For virtual machines, we have more than 150 virtual machines. Deployment environment, our platform where our services are running, and we have more than 12 active Service Fabric environments. This is a lot number because it means that we have more than 50 applications with up to 370 microservices in every environment. We have 12 environments, from the test development to the production. And as I already mentioned it in the targets, we want to be able to monitor every virtual machine scale set instance. And we want to be able to monitor every single microservice in every environment. So this is just to understanding of the view what we have at the beginning to deploying and implementing our monitoring solution. Technology stack. We have more than that, but this is just a brief introduction what we are using daily. We have Bitbucket as our main repository tool. We have Octopus Deploy as our CD tool. We have Service Fabric as our main orchestration tool and for running and managing microservices. We have TeamCity as a CI, and we're deploying and writing our services in .NET Stack and Angular. We use Azure as our main cloud infrastructure. Of course, we are adopting Docker and Ansible and Nexus. And this is what we are using daily. So next up is monitoring instruments. What instruments do we use for monitoring our huge infrastructure, and what we have from Microsoft and what we are adopted from the third-party services? So in this slide, you get, in the left side, I get dashboards for application insights, and I get metrics for VMs. Probably the main tool for monitoring from Azure and from Microsoft will be Azure Monitor Resource, where you get variety of different metrics just in one place. You get insights, and you get insights for key vaults, you get insights for storage accounts, you get insights for applications. But the only thing that these insights are not free, and you need to pay extra for these benefits from Azure Monitor. You get service health statuses, and these statuses are for every resource group and for every resource you have deployed in your Azure cloud. It's a cool thing because you can receive and to be notified if something is happening with the resource, and never it be on Azure side, or maybe it's happening on your side. So you could be notified if your resource or service are not available. Then you get auto-scale in one place. If you have resources like virtual machine skill set that could be scaled up and down, you don't need to go through your whole subscription and find resources that could be scaled. You can find these resources in one place, and you can configure your rule. If your resource are getting workload more than 90% for every metric, you can automatically scale it up. And if workload is down, you can scale it down. Easy to find it in one place. Plus, you get a new feature from data collection rule, flexible monitoring configuration, benefit from the Azure Monitor. You get alerting. You could be notified. You can write or write your own webhook function to be notified on the Notify Manager like Slack or Teams. And the best thing for us that it could be easily integrated with the third-party services. So you could build integration with, for instance, with Grafana in our case, and visualize those. And another word, of course, about PowerShell, because PowerShell is a unique tool, is a unique scripting language, and if somehow you don't get information enough from the Azure Monitor, you can get those information from PowerShell. PowerShell gives a variety of different commandlets and modules, and you can customize and get scrape metrics from the resources that are not available in Azure Monitor, or you want it to be, or probably if these resources wanted to be monitored differently, you can use, for this case, PowerShell. About what Azure and Microsoft gives. Of course, there's a bigger list of different tools, but I just stuck on what is basic, what is most easily to adapt and use without extra customization, extra experience working with the Azure. And let's talk about what tools do we use daily for monitoring. We use Grafana. This is our main tool for visualization. And I will show you what beautiful dashboards do we have just in a minute. We use Prometheus as our cool tool for integration and for scraping information from different resources. We use Splunk as a tool for analyzing and work with the big data, with logs for application and services logs. And you can even make the same notification, same alerting. So this tool is must to have. I need to mention about Azure Monitor integration, because without that, this is not possible to build integration with the Azure Monitor. We use Ilka for different types of integration, and of course, PowerShell custom scripts was the main notification and alerting thing for us when we wasn't able to monitor microservices and virtual machine scale set instances. Plus, we use it when we wanted to get extra notified in event hubs, errors, and even hub queues. So we used PowerShell custom scripts for that. So this is the brief view. What metrics are we receiving and what metrics we are able to monitor with that resources that I mentioned. We are able to monitor application insights. So we get extra telemetry for our services. We get event counters. We get availability statuses. Then we have Azure Cache for Redis. We are able to get information for CPU, for memory, for load, and we can get information for SQL databases, for app services, for storage accounts, and even for key vault certificate statuses. We need that because we use Service Fabric, and for those who don't know or who knows, just a reminder, Service Fabric uses certificates as the main authorization and security tool. So if we will won't react on if certificate time will be expired and we don't know the status of that certificate, we could have big issues while deploying and working with our Service Fabric cluster and managing it in the future. So we want to know our Service Fabric certificate statuses. As I told you, I will show you how we visualize those information in our Grafana, what dashboards do we have, In this slide, we have information for Azure Cache for Redis. We get information for CPU usage. We get information for used memory for every Redis resource. We even get the load percentage, total operations. We can even get information for connected clients for every Redis instance. And we can, of course, get Redis errors. If we'll have any number of errors, we want to be aware of these errors. We want to respond. We want to figure out and investigate. We want to write a playbook. We want to work with that. So this gives us ability to monitor Redis like we want it, like we want. And cool things that we have it in our own place with our customization. And this is a cool thing. And next is just to give you understanding how can we monitor not such a popular thing to be monitored, but we monitor. This is the keywords. Probably this is not in the number 10 of the most monitored resources in Azure, yes, but just to understand and to showing that Azure keywords could be monitored easily. It could be monitored in a beautiful manner, in a beautiful way with this great dashboard, these great metrics. And yes, we get information for requests, for keyword saturation. We get all information for the activity for the keyword. And this is just the view what we have before implementing our solution. So solution, we get through what we are monitoring, how we are monitoring our resources from Azure. But I mentioned that we are not able to monitor virtual machine scale sets and microservices. We don't have and don't retrieve information for those. Unfortunately, there is no integration with Azure Monitor integration with the Grafana, and there's no information regarding Service Fabric cluster, no information regarding virtual machine scale set, and of course, there's zero information in any point in Azure or even on third-party services regarding microservices. We don't know what is happening with every microservice in every instance. So, what to do with that? How can we monitor our microservices? How can we monitor our virtual machine scale sets in a beautiful way like I showed you before? And the answer is the Prometheus. And a few words about the Prometheus, that Prometheus is open source product. And in a world of open source projects, I believe it's such popular like Kubernetes in orchestration. Prometheus is much as popular as a Kubernetes in monitoring. Plus, it's a member of the Cloud Foundation, Open Source Cloud Foundation. So this community tool is not some unknown tool. It's well-known tool, and it's some sort of a leader in its industry of monitoring. In the left side, you can see this scheme. I believe that the best way to show you how it's working to go to the official documentation, to the official white paper. So just a brief view how monitoring is working. Monitoring is deployed at the server. It could be deployed as a container in infrastructure. It's deployed with its own local serious time DB, so you don't need to use any external database. And it's a big plus because you don't think about this redundancy in case you're deploying or redeploying your Prometheus. You need to make those extra connection with the external database, which gives us plus when you're talking about continuous deployment, right? We're continuously deploying our Prometheus without bothering about connection with the external databases. So yes, it includes local time series DB. It has the ability to discover targets, which is a beautiful thing because we have virtual machine scale sets, and the magic that Prometheus can discover these scale sets automatically with Azure SD configuration. Yes? Why it's super plus for us? Usually when you write a configuration for the Prometheus, you're writing one particular target with IP and it's not in its name. But when we talk about infrastructure where we have 160 virtual machine scale sets, more than 25 instances in every single virtual machine scale set, we're saying how to discover these scale sets. Plus scale sets could be scaled. Today, at this particular point in time, when you're writing configuration, you can have, let's say, 20 instances for one scale set. You experiencing some extra loads into your service, and you just needed to scale it up. So now you have 21. Will you be able to monitor this extra new one instance in scale set? The answer is yes, because it will be automatically discovered and it will be automatically naming as it is in our visualization tool Grafana. So this is the plus. But the question is how Prometheus know what's happening on every single instance, how to connect Prometheus with our instances. The answer is exporters, and I will talk about it a little bit later. Exporter is an extra tool writing with the Prometheus community, but this exporter needs to be deployed on every instance. And I will tell you how we deployed it, what tools we are using, and what the pipeline we're using to deploy these exporters. And Prometheus have super cool customization tool as a PromQL. You can customize your queries and retrieve information that you need. You can visualize information that you, in the way you want it. So this extra customization, this extra tooling gives a lot of benefits when we're talking about specific monitoring for the specific metrics. So let's talk about exporters. So I said that exporter is a Prometheus community tool which need to be deployed into virtual machine instances. So what metrics exporter could retrieve from the instance? It could get information regarding Active Directory if you need it. You can get information for the CPU information, of course, if you need it. You can get information for the container if you have any deployed container on your Windows machine or even Linux machine, because there's a availability to use Linux exporters. You can retrieve this information for the containers, container metrics. You can retrieve information regarding network, DHCP, DNS, network interface, input, outputs. You can get that. If you need information regarding your logical disk, how much space left, how is the workload to this logical disks, you can get this and retrieve this information. Memory, and of course, processes. This is the thing where we now are able potentially to retrieve metrics for our services, right? Because in this case, with this collector, we receive per process metrics. We just need to wildcard what services do we want to monitor, information for which services we want to retrieve, and we will get start time, CPU time, input, output bytes, operations total, right? If you need information regarding work set, okay, cool. Need information regarding private bytes or virtual bytes, everything is possible to retrieve with that. Extra, you get retrieving information for services. And exporter is running as a service. So in case you need to have extra deployed services on your instance which need to be monitored, how nice it could be, because Service Fabric is running as a service and it could be monitored too, right? Then we have ability to monitor virtual machine, VMware and Hyper-V hosts. So it's like extra thing to be monitored, but it has much a bigger list of available collectors. Just a brief view what we can use and what we are using in our daily case. So how these exporters can be deployed on every instance. Yes, we talk that we have a lot of them, and how they can be deployed. So this is the tools that we use for deploying, for even configuring, managing our Azure cloud infrastructure. So first is Terraform. Terraform is an infrastructure as a code tool that we use to deploy. And this is where we have all our infrastructure and configuration in one beautiful configuration file. In case we need to something redeployed, something to deploy, we use that tool. We use DSC, which is tools from the Microsoft. This is PowerShell extension that gives double tool for creating and deploying configurations. Configurations in the way of instances and servers. So let's say we need particular configuration for our server. We need to some firewall rules to be enabled, to our instance to have open service or running services, or we want to any services to be installed. So DSC could be used in this case. And the third one is Choco, or the Chocolate. This is probably the most popular packet manager for Windows. This tool could be used for downloading, deleting extra application, extra services. In our case, we use Choco for downloading official Windows exporting from Prometheus community. So as a result, all these tools give us ability to manage our Azure cloud infrastructure. We can deploy our Windows exporter on every instance, and we get virtual machine scale set continuous configuration deployment. And as a big plus, would be probably be for everyone, we don't have any drifting configuration. We have all our instances are in consistent state with each other, and this is probably a cool thing, because you don't need to bother about that. You have your other instance working somehow another from others, right? And another thing that I wanted to mention, when we're talking about installing every single exporter on every instance, it means that you need to install simultaneously more than 100, let's say 100 exporters simultaneously. Choco won't gives you this ability because it's extra and you need to pay extra. Plus, we're using our own repository for having our own configurations and our own exporters. So we redeployed and redesigned Choco to work in the moment of deploying it much faster, and ability to deploy and install multiple exporters simultaneously at one time. Monitoring scheme, the way visualization, what do we have, and how our monitoring infrastructure is working. So on the left side, you have Service Fabric with virtual machine scale sets. Each scale set has its own exporter and, of course, some sort of application microservices deployed. And I mentioned about Kubernetes here because scale sets are the part of the Kubernetes too, of the AKS cluster. So this scheme could be applied not even for the Service Fabric, it could be applied even for the Kubernetes. If you have your nodes, pods on Linux, this configuration will be applied and could be easily integrated as it is. So in the middle we have Prometheus with the time series DB and our Grafana as a visualization. So in this way, exporter is pre-deployed with the specific configuration, with the specific targets that it needs to
get metrics for the CPU, for RAM, for processes, for logical disk, for network, and it's publishing its metrics on specific port on a local host. What Prometheus is doing, it's scraping information in a HTTP protocol and scraping all this information in a matter of target interval, which could be 5 seconds, 50 seconds, 10 seconds. So you can get new update for your information for every 15, 10, 5 seconds, which is pretty much cool. And then you need to configure your Grafana to use data source, the Prometheus, which is scraping all this information, and customize it with the PromQL to get and retrieve information in the way you would like. I talk about automation. I talk about continuous deployment. I talk about how can we automate our solution, how can we make it work faster, right? How can we make our continuous deployment be less than 1 minute? So, okay, we have Bitbucket, our repo, with playbooks. We have TeamCity as our CI tool, with our builds, project builds. In this case, we will have builds for deploying Prometheus and for upgrading Prometheus. And we have Ansible as a tool for triggering and for deploying Prometheus container or Grafana container. And Ansible could be single instance, or it could be built as a runner. It's your choice how you would like to do it. So instance or the runner. In runner, it means that it could be adopted as a TeamCity plugin. So how pipeline is working? TeamCity is pulling configuration for our Prometheus container with the configuration and the playbook of deploying our Prometheus container. Then it's triggering Ansible, which is actually deploying Prometheus container in our setup instance. All these are working for the agent. It could be even Ansible agent. So this is how you can implement your automation pipeline. This is how you can make your deployment or upgrade process much faster. And for us, it's less than a minute. For us, it's super fast. It could take up to 20 seconds to deploy new container or upgrade our container with our pre-deployed configuration. So what we get as a result? So we get through all this information, and what results did we receive at the end? We get metrics for every virtual machine scale set instance. So we're now able to retrieve information system metrics for every instance. We get information for every microservice. Yes, we get the same system metrics for every microservice, and now we are able to understand what's happening with the microservice in development environment before it to be deployed into the production. Auto-naming instance configuration. This is what I told about Prometheus Azure SD configuration. It gives us ability to not bothering anymore about auto-naming, or in case if virtual machine scale set will be scaled up or down, we don't need to bother. Will we monitor our new instance or we not? If scale down isn't matter. And we have our threshold alerts. We're able to alerting in resources for virtual machine instances. We're able to alert in microservices, and this gives us fast response reaction if something is happening, and we can integrate and build this alert for any extra tool like a PagerDuty, right? Or maybe email notification or notification client, etc. And of course, great customization. This is that gives your hand tied out. You now have ability to build your dashboards like you want. You have ability to write your own queries and receive the metrics that you really want and the metrics with what you are really working at this particular moment. If you don't need these metrics, you can go along and monitor only that you want. Plus, you have this ability to continuously deploy. You have this ability to rework, redesign, redeploy, re-upgrade your infrastructure like you want it. This is the great thing. This is the great tool that this Prometheus and Grafana and all these services are composed together, gives ability. For the visualization, what we have at the end, this is just to understand how we now see things from the different scope, from the scope like we want it. We get metrics for instances, for system resources, for CPU, memory, and hard disk use space for every instance, right? We get our finally microservice monitoring. We get and retrieve information for every service in every instance. Yes, so we now knowing what is happening with every instance in with every service in every instance. So there's not any more bothering RDP session to understand what is happening with this particular session, with this particular service in some instance. Now you see and have it all in one place, in one beautiful dashboard, and you can easily configure your threshold alerting for, let's say, 80% of total memory using or 90% of total CPU using. Now you can work with that. So the conclusion, I will say that you get the view of our own experience that we achieved and what we implemented into our infrastructure, what we built, and how we monitor. You can use it as a template. You can use it as a background for your own customization, for your own thoughts. But just a few words that this source, this project, these products give us ability to monitor like we want with extra money saving, because in the past we had solutions which requires from us extra spending, more than $10,000 for the license. And when we are talking about huge and complex infrastructure like ours, when we have so much instances, so many of different microservices, and we want to monitor that in a way like we want, it will cost more than $10,000. It will requires for your company, from you, spending more and more. So this is why we think this is a cool benefit for us, and it could be a cool benefit for everyone. Our future plans, what we are thinking about the future, we're thinking about our Service Fabric state. Now we have the state monitoring only in Azure. We wanted to be able to monitor with the Prometheus and Grafana like I showed you. Of course, we wanted to grow further and thinking about the future upgrades, our deployment and continuous deploying our monitoring system. And of course, we want to be able to monitor Service Fabric certificate statuses with the Prometheus. We're thinking about writing our own exporter for these needs. And extra, we're thinking about integrating Prometheus in every particular service. Yes, this could be used as application inside some alternative. And who knows, it could save money. It could give us, I don't know, extra benefits for much faster reaction, much deeper metrics, or etc. And of course, we want to be able to monitor our state files. If something will happen with the state files, any changes, configurations, every changes, we want to monitor that. And we will figure out how to export and visualize all this information in a new way for us and for the others. So let me say thank you for everyone for joining me. Thank you for being with me and listening my session. I really hope that you get something new, something really interesting, and could implement this knowledge into your own environment. And thank you very much and stay tuned. Bye bye.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius. Hello everyone. During this presentation, I will tell you about my experience of using Dapr in IoT, how to play with messages, how from device and how to transform them after that, and how to build event-driven application based on Dapr. After this presentation, you will know basic concept of using Dapr and how you can use it when building your own application. So before started, I'd like to say a few words about myself. My name is Sergey Belsky. I'm head of R&D at Alex. The main focus of my area is, of course, Azure cloud services, and the second one is IoT. So if you take a look on this slide, you can see my social portfolio. So I am MVP, especially in Azure, and I drive few IT communities like SharePoint community and IoT. So I have a few social networks like Facebook, Twitter, and my own blog. So let's get started. Before starting this story, I would like to share my personal experience and perception of using Dapr in IoT application. Nowadays, you can see so many different systems, services, solutions, databases, like native, serverless, stateless, distributed, and etc. concepts. And of course, microservice architecture is, I think, the best approach of coming across these ones in one solution. And usually it's difficult to combine them together and better to leave them independently. But the problem is that they should communicate each other, and we should organize such communication via different protocols, languages, and even frameworks. This is one challenge. Another one is that our solution is always dependent on changes from services that we work with, and we should manage, control these as well. So before jumping inside the code, I have tried to use simple words about Dapr itself and explain what does it mean, and just to be sure that everyone understands this platform. Dapr is translated like distributed application portable or platform runtime in IoT terminology. I hope you knew it. And it's not about Department of Army program review or something else that you can find in some vocabularies. Let's explain word by word. Distributed means shared or spread out. In this concept, it's something like having several independent services that can use one or more the same resources during the work. These resources are distributed. Next word is application. That means Dapr works on application layer, not network, such as well-known mesh services or something else. Last thing that I would like to mention is that you can develop own business logic using your favorite language. Dapr supported. Doesn't mean what kind of language you use. It can be C#, it can be Go, it can be other. Next one is portable or platform. Means you can integrate different systems into your application without hard coding. Remember, a possibility to configure Kafka messages in Azure Event Hub. You need only configure a configuration file, and that's all. And Kafka can smoothly integrate with Azure Event Hub to transmit the data. And last one is runtime. Means you can run Dapr on all devices. Doesn't matter what kind of platform you use, even Raspberry Pi you can use. This is a good illustration of using Dapr concept, and you can see
all necessary information why and where we need to use Dapr. And more than 50% of users are visual learners, and I find that having key information captured in single sheet can help you to see the whole picture before I deep dive into the detail about Dapr. And the first question you can ask, why we need to use Dapr. Many application developers have experience with traditional architecture, like a monolith architecture that contains three layers, such as presentation or client layer, application layer, and database layer. However, cloud native services rely on coupled systems and microservice architecture designed to support large-scale, rapid change, and resilient operation. Now developers face a whole new set of challenges, like discovering and invoking microservices, managing secrets, and recovering states after failure. Dapr, I think, is a good tool to combine best practice for building microservices into building blocks that are independent, open, and expose an API for easy integration between different services and systems. Let's talk about architecture itself. Dapr greatly simplifies the plumbing behind distributed application. It provides a dynamic glue that binds your application infrastructure capabilities from the Dapr runtime. For example, your application may require state store, or your application may require some distributed tracing or resource binning or something else. Let's talk about state store. You could write a custom code to target, for example, Redis cache and inject it into your service at runtime. However, Dapr simplifies your experience by providing a distributed cache capability out of the box. Your service invokes a Dapr binding block that dynamically binds to Dapr cache component via Dapr configuration file. With this model, your service delegates the call to Dapr, which call Redis in your behalf. Your service has no SDK library or some direct reference to Redis. You code against the common Dapr state management API, not a Redis cache API. On top of row, in this slide, Dapr provides language-specific SDK to populate deployment platform. As I said, Dapr provides different frameworks, and you can write your code on different languages like Node, Netcore, etc. And today, few days ago, Dapr released version 1 and support Go, Node, Python, Net, Java, and JavaScript. So let's move on. And Dapr, if you're talking about sidecar architecture, Dapr exposes its binding blocks and the components through a sidecar architecture. A sidecar enables Dapr to run a separate memory process and separate containers alongside your service. Sidecar provides isolation and encapsulation as they aren't part of the service, but connected to it. This separation enables each to have its own runtime environment and be built upon different program languages, as you see in particular this slide. And as I said, Dapr has cross-platform support and can run on many different environments. These environments include Kubernetes, a group of virtual machines, or edge environments such as Azure IoT Edge. For local development, the easiest way to get started with self-hosted mode. And you can see how to do it during my demo presentation. In self-hosted mode, the microservice and Dapr sidecars run in separate local process without a container orchestrator such as Kubernetes. You need only use Dapr CLI. By default, Dapr install a few Docker containers such as Redis and Zipkin to provide default state management and monitoring. So, you've seen Dapr expose a sidecar architecture to decouple your application from distributed application capabilities. Invoking a Dapr operation requires at least one out-of-process network call. Let's talk about Dapr performance. Looking at the previous slide, you might question what is the latency between your service and Dapr runtime, and what is the performance. Do you need to improve that or something like that? The Dapr team has invested heavily in performance, and calls between Dapr sidecar are always made with gRPC, which delivers high performance and small binary payloads. To increase the performance, developer can call the Dapr building blocks with gRPC. RPC is a modern and high performance framework that comes from RPC concept. So let's get started. Let's talk about simple example. For example, I have a one chipset called MS chip device, and this device is connected to IoT Hub, and of course IoT Hub has Event Hub to receive the messages from devices. And also I have application code, as you see in this slide, an application code how to connect my application code to the IoT Hub to receive the new messages from devices. So I need to understand the language, I need to have specific SDK, for example, Event Hub producer, to gather all these necessary messages from device and connect to IoT Hub. And also I need to have such visualization, and I will use web API to handle these messages. So two things that I mentioned that can cause a problem is understanding languages and understanding specific SDK. So not everybody knows how to use Event Hub Producer SDK, and some specific knowledge how to use specific framework, for example, how to use C#. And you don't know C#, you know only, for example, Node or something else. So in using Dapr architecture, we can replace our custom code to use binding blocks from Dapr, and we need to only configure one configuration file to explain metadata of using Event Hub, and it's smoothly integrated with your application on this level, and it's easy to integrate based in native language. And using binding, you can trigger your application with events coming from different external services, for example, Event Hub, Redis, Kafka, etc. And benefits of using such block, it's for example, remove the complexity of connecting to these external systems. You don't need to understand the complexity of frameworks. For example, Kafka. Kafka is based on Java, and you need to know this language to configure and integrate such external system. Next one is focus only your business logic and not implementation details in how to interact your external system. And also you can switch between binding and runtime, so you can connect different external systems in one solution without any hard coding, as I said. So before started my demo, I'd like to say a few words about pre-configuration, what you need to install in your local machine. For example, first you need to install a Dapr self-host, as you see in this link. After that, of course, you need to have IoT components such as Arduino IDE, IDE, and some scratches, some all configuration to connect your device to the cloud. Microsoft provides SDK to do it, and of course you need to IoT Hub in Azure and Event Hub to receive and send messages from device. So let's do next one. After that, after pre-configure your local machine, you need to write a binding block, as I said, it's called component. So, well, in this application I will create message management that can receive data from a device via Azure Event Hub, and somebody can tell that you can develop the same using NetSDK plus processor method to receive the data. I can say yes, you can, but you need to have some understanding how to do it, and you need to develop some piece of code to do it. And better is to have one file with needed configuration, and that it's all. Let's do it. And as you understand, I will use binding with Azure IoT Event Hub, and my configuration component is something like in this slide. So you need to identify type, it's called Event Hub, and after that you need to put connection string, consumer group, storage account name, storage account key, storage container name, and that's all. That's what you need to put in this binding block. And next one, you need to configure your app. So as I said, I will create a web API, and you need to include packages. It's old one, now we will use version 1 and ASP.NET Core Dapr, and also we need to configure services, so you need to include Dapr into your code. And how to manage messages from coming Event Hub. So first you need to create endpoint, and the name of this endpoint should be as I showed before in components name. This name should be the same, and after that we will create a method to handle the messages. So it's simple, just to understand how it works. So we can grab this, the stream from the request, and we transform the stream, deserialize some piece of information from this data. Let's talk about Dapr in practice, especially in IoT. As you know, IoT, especially Azure IoT, provides IoT Edge with running different cloud native services such as SQL database, blob storage, Azure function, machine learning, and you can run this application or these services into application inside your devices. And in this slide you can see a good example how to organize different layers in one I would say hamburger to provide the whole application that you need to run in your devices. And one of key benefits of Dapr is that Dapr is organized to enable the development of cloud native application deployed to different environments on the cloud or on the edge. And for example, in this project you can see 4 layers with different running different cloud services. And if you don't know, for example, Dapr, you need to know exactly how to use SQL database to combine some information from device, how to accumulate this information and store this information, for example, in a SQL or in a blob storage, depend on type of the files, depend type of the information. And also, you need to understand how to connect to Azure function to trigger some data inside. And Dapr is a good thing to organize this task without your involvement or without your understanding in different SDKs or frameworks. The last thing that I'd like to mention is about Dapr roadmap. And Dapr provides a lot of changes in nearest future, and I highlighted only several ones that are related to the developers. So the first one, developer and operator productivity tooling. So Microsoft will provide the Visual Studio Code extension to work with the Dapr more natively, and also provides remote dev containers for local debugging and DevOps pipeline configuration. And also Dapr provides operational dashboard, as I will demonstrate during the demo, but Dapr will extend this functionality on the dashboard as well. So, and also Dapr will provide a new language support such as Rust and C++, especially C++, because usually C++ is used on developing hardware application. And also Dapr will provide integration with other frameworks and cloud native technologies such as Node.js Express, Kuma, Midway, and etc. So that's all from my side about demonstration Dapr in theory. Let's do the practice one. So let's do the demo. As I said, we need to have the 2 components in Azure Cloud IoT Hub that needs to use to connect your device with IoT Hub. And also I created Event Hub to get all incoming information from device, and use Event Hub to connect to your application through Dapr binding block. So as you see, this Event Hub, and what we need to use, we need to use shared access policy to have a connection string and specific case, and to put this information to your binding blocks. and that's all. And also we need to configure your local environment to use Dapr. And what you need to do, the first one, you need to run one command, Dapr init. Let's put this command. Before do it, you need to install Dapr CLI. This one, for example, how to do it. It's simple. You can select your operation system. For example, I have Mac, and you can try, for example, this or this command to install Dapr CLI, and after that you can use Dapr as a command to execute this command. Let's do it, for example, this one. As you see, I have already installed Dapr, and to check it you can use command Dapr // version. And you can see the version of CLI 1.0 and version of runtime, Dapr runtime. Next, what you need to do is verify containers are running. So you can use, for example, this command as usual. Of course, you need to use Docker runtime, and you can see 3 components that use Dapr. And if you take a look, what is the container and why we need to use this one. So running Redis container instance, as I said, it's for the state management and broker messenger inside runtime. A Zipkin container, it's for monitoring, and default Dapr container instance for local actor support. So 3 containers that needs to minimum 3 containers that needs to run during using Dapr. What next? This we can install and everything is okay, and after that we need to use your application. As I said, I created one ASP.NET Core application, and it's like a simple default controller that installed during this application, and also I have to create components that I need to put information about my Event Hub configuration. So I need to create I created one file called YAML, and I need to put this necessary information about what kind of external system I need to connect, and all necessary important metadata information about my Event Hub, like connection string, consumer group, storage account key, storage container name. And as I mentioned, Dapr supports a lot of external systems. You can find this configuration of these components in a help. Let me find for you this one. Binding, support external binding, yeah. And you can see Dapr supports different systems such as Kafka, MySQL, Postgre, SMTP, Twitter, Alibaba, Google Platform, Microsoft Azure components, and you can see the status of these components. So let's back to our code. What we need to do else, we need to configure our startup. So we need to, as I said, we need to install a package. Let me show this package. So we need to install package called Dapr ASP.NET Core, this version. So you can find it in NuGet. And you can put Dapr, for example, and you can see Dapr client, ASP.NET Core, actors, and etc. And you can install it. But for our application, we need only ASP.NET Core. So after that, we can add our Dapr builder to our controller to use Dapr in runtime, and then we need to create endpoint and put the same name as we created in our configuration component, telemetry data, for example. And after that, we created a simple method to handle our messages that coming from our event hub. So this is so simple. We can get a request body, and we need to read this as a stream and transform if it's necessary for us. So what I need to show again, I need to show about configuration. We have a device that's pre-configured to our IoT hub, and as I said, we have MX Azure MX chip, and we need to configure it before using it. So Microsoft provides this information: connect IoT Dev Kit to Azure IoT Hub. It's simple, and I don't want to waste time to show how to do it, but you can do it by yourself without any issues. And of course, you need to install a necessary SDK to provide application to the your device. So that application produce information and grab this information from different sensors. So we use humidity and temperature and send this information to IoT Hub. Let's back to our application. So, and that's all. So let's switch on our device to send information, and this device is starting, connecting to Wi-Fi and IoT Hub, and few seconds, and we can see incoming messages from this device. Yeah, message is starting. So let's back to our application and how to start this application. Before starting, we need to double check that everything is okay and without any errors, and to check it we need to execute one command, .NET, for example, build, and we can see we don't have any errors or warnings. So let's start our application with DARP. And the command, you can see how to start it. We need to use run, and we need to use specific parameters. And the first one is app ID. This is a unique ID that needs to use internally in Dapr runtime. Just to understand where is your application, you need to expose one port. And my application use this specific port, and I need to put this one. And also I need to put path of our components that we created. And this is not necessary, but just to double check that everything is okay, you can use log level debug just to see all messages from Dapr runtime or your application. And the last one, you need to put the execution command, .NET run. Let's do it. After executing this command, you can see the first one. You can see all information and configuration from runtime, your Dapr runtime. You can see what kind of parameters are enabled or disabled, and you can see information about your application. And the last one, you can see information from IoT Hub. So you can see data is coming with message ID, blah blah blah. And if we are going to our event hub, let's refresh this page. We can see the message is coming from device. Yep. And the simple question how to debug it, how to see if everything is okay. So it's so simple. You need to put a breakpoint, and then you can attach to your application, and after that you can see all information from your code. You can see body requests that coming from Event Hub, and you can use, so you can see this information. Yep. Content, yeah, message request. You can see humidity, message ID, and temperature. And what else I'd like to show? I'd like to show about Dapr has own dashboard. And dashboard, it's like similar as you can see in Kubernetes. So you can see Dapr components that running, and you can see your Dapr application, and you can see your application that we just started recently. So that's all what I like to show. Thank you for your time. The last thing that I'd like to share with you is resources and helpful information where you can start learning about Dapr. And the first link is about Dapr.io. This official site that contains all information about Dapr, the future of this tool, and the whole development process of this tool. And the second one is online free book, and you can also download it locally. And this book consists of information about how to develop and how to start developing your application using Dapr, and how to use different building blocks and how to create different scenarios. And this book is published by Microsoft, and especially thank you Markus Sinovich to help of organizing this documentation. And the last one is about Dapr GitHub. As I mentioned, Dapr is open source, and team from Microsoft and community from different countries support and develop this tool and improve different part of this platform. And you can find the news, and you can find the latest version of this platform. Thank you for your time, and good luck.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello everyone, my name is Anton Boyko and welcome to my session. Today I would like to talk to you about DevOps and databases, and to be more precisely is how to survive the bloody enterprise. I also want to make one note here that what I will present you today, that's the architect viewpoint. So, without further ado, let's continue the presentation itself. This is basically the way how I usually explain the modernization efforts breakdown if you want to implement something new in your enterprise. It may take some efforts to implement it, it may take some additional efforts to operate that later, but what I found here, and this is based on my experience, so your experience may be a bit different, but I actually did it. So I found that in each and every enterprise there is always a huge part of the political conversation, or let's say the amount of political efforts that you need to apply to do any modernization. And why is that? Again, I don't want to say anything bad about any other enterprise that I used to work with, but the idea here is that enterprise, they usually don't trust anyone. That makes perfect sense. They always want to be in control because the amount of responsibility that enterprise take is huge. So what you need to do from your side, you can still suggest them all the different ways to optimize, to modernize their infrastructure, their solutions and stuff like that, but you just need to prepare correctly to have that conversation with the enterprise in the first place. And how you usually do that, or let's say how I usually prepare to my conversation with an enterprise. I usually have this checklist and I follow it to make a business case for each and every suggestion I would like to make. So the step one is state a problem. Let's say in our example, because we're talking about databases, the problem is, first, the DBA team always wants to be in control of what exact changes will be applied to the database, what exact scripts will be applied to the database, and they always want to do the explicit review of all those scripts. Okay, and the DBA team is, what you can expect from them is that they may have a good knowledge on T-SQL language, for example, if we're talking about MS SQL Server, but that's basically it. You cannot expect them to be the .NET developers as well. On the other hand, we have the dev team, and those guys, they are using the C# and they're using .NET, and the idea here is that they still want to have that flexibility. They still want to experiment, they still want to test different theories, different concepts, and then decide which one is the best. And again, they know C#, but they may not know to such a deep level the T-SQL language. So it means that currently you have two different teams which are both responsible for making this application up and running, but they do not share a common language at all. So first of all, let's, as soon as we stated that problem, evaluate the negative effects. So in my case, the negative effect is, if we will, let's say, use a tool like Entity Framework for my project, for my next project, it will mean that now the DBA team will slow down the review process because the DBA team may not be really familiar with that tool. And I did some brief calculations, and according to that calculations, the total amount of wasted hours for this particular code review, and we can say that we will run a code review at least once per sprint, so I mean, like, let's say it will be once per 2 weeks. I estimated that as on average 28 wasted hours per week. Okay, so this is my negative effect, 28 paid hours which we wasted because we don't have a really good established procedure of code review. So plan a solution. What I will plan as a solution for that one, and the solution I will show it to you later in this session on a demo, is that I will use basically some automation. I will create an automation around that, and I will allow my dev team to basically use their tool that they're like. In that case, that will be the Entity Framework, and I will allow my DBA team to use their favorite tool, which is in this case something that is based on a T-SQL language. In that way, I expect to eliminate those wasted hours, maybe not all of them, but at least some of them I expect to be eliminated. Next one, highlight risks. So what kind of the risks we can have here? Or there may be a lot of those, it may be some risks in terms of delivery, it may be some risks in terms of, I don't know, like a timeline of this modernization and stuff like that, but let's highlight at least one, just to make an example here. The risk is even after we will implement the automation, we still may have a case when some issue slipped through the code review and ended up being deployed to production. So this is the risk, and what we need to do next as soon as we highlighted it, now we want to prepare a mitigation strategy. So we're saying that we want to do that modernization and we still have that risk that something may slip through the code review. As a mitigation strategy, I suggest that because we will have that automation, what we will be able to do, we will be able to run that automation again, or kind of run it in a reverse order, and basically deploy the previous working copy of our application together with the previous working copy of our database schema. Next one, outline assumptions. So the plan that I will present, it will work only if all those assumptions are correct. And in my case, the assumptions may be, for example, that I will use, let's say, an Azure DevOps as a tool for the automation. Why is that? Because again, I do have a lot of experience with that, so that was easy for me to estimate the amount of efforts needed to automate all that stuff with Azure DevOps. Okay, that's my first assumption. What can be my next assumption then? I can say that, okay, because I want to reduce the amount of wasted hours, I can make an assumption that during the code review by the DBA team, at least one DBA team member needs to be available for my dev team during the business hours to actually provide a detailed feedback and maybe some extra explanations if needed. Because again, as I was saying, I expect from my dev team to know .NET, to know C#, and I expect my DBA team to know a lot about databases. So that is why I want to make sure that both guys are available so they can talk to each other. So that's my assumptions, at least for this example. Let's go next. Model positive impact. In my case, the positive impact that I see is that I would like to reduce at least by two times, I would like to reduce the amount of wasted hours. So I was talking about modeling 28 wasted hours of a teamwork per week, and my model for the positive impact will be to reduce that to 14 hours of wasted time per week. As you can see, I was unable to eliminate all the wasted hours, but at least I was able to cut them down. And the next part is present and be ready to execute. And I will talk about that next, but before I will do that, let me highlight two extremely important takeaways here. Probably the most important takeaways out of the whole presentation. First of all, you can't improve what you can't measure. So that means that as soon as you will start this conversation with an enterprise or basically any of your clients that want to introduce this or that improvements, you need to know your baseline. Otherwise, it will be impossible and you will fail that project. And the second important key takeaway from this one is that you can't eliminate the human factor. So that's impossible. Let's just kind of, accept that this is impossible to eliminate the human factor. But what you can do, you can limit an impact of human factor. So if you have some tasks that can be automated, maybe a simple task, maybe that task will just take, I don't know, like 5 clicks with your mouse or something like that. Still, if you will automate that, you will reduce the amount of human factor because you will just create less space for a human to make an error. Let's talk a bit more about this present and being ready to execute part. So let's say what we have here in my model and what I will show during my presentation to my client. So first I will say, okay, currently on my project I have a team of 5 engineers. Okay, next I'm saying that if it's 5 engineers, each of them basically works 40 hours per week, so it means 200 working hours per week. Out of those 200 working hours per week, I spent 50 hours for idle kind of activities. Here I basically mark them as focus, so it means that this can be like different Scrum ceremonies, that can be, let's say, the conversation near the coffee machine, that can be some kind of a delays while I'm waiting for some other person to, I don't know, like respond in a chat and stuff like that. So I assume that 25% of my team capacity I'm basically spending for this idle kind of a focus activities. And again, as I was saying before, in my negative impact I have 28 wasted hours before the modernization, and according to my model I should have only 14 wasted hours after the modernization. And let's say that to implement that modernization that I will show to you in my demos, I will need to take 80 hours of workload. So basically 1 person working for 2 weeks. What I will then present to my client, I will present this table. So this is the before optimization. What I have here, I'm basically having here the 6 months timeline, and as you can see, I shown the func basically hours. So this is how many hours I can dedicate to implement the functional requirements of that project. Non-functional, we will skip them at least for now. Then I basically showing what it will take, or like what it will cost to my client to basically pay for that idle ceremony kind of an hours, and then the amount of wasted hours on top of that. Okay, and this is the breakdown for the next 6 months of my project. And then I have an after table, and what I have here, as you can see, during the first months I reduce the amount of hours that I will be able to spend on my functional requirements, because 80 hours now goes to non-functional, and 80 hours, that's exact amount of time I need to take to implement that modernization. In addition to that, starting from February here in my plan, starting from the 2nd month, because the modernization should be done by that time, I will start reducing the amount of wasted hours. As you can see, the amount of idle hours will still remain the same. And what I would like to highlight here, so first of all, as I was showing, it may look like that we will invest into this modernization and we will actually deliver less features during our first months. And this is totally true, and there are no other ways how it can be done in general. But if you will check how many hours we will be able to deliver, let's say for the February, you can see that even for February, I'm already catching up and I'm already starting delivering more. And another important thing, let's say that we run for 6 months using this approach, and at the end of month number 6, at the end of June, I will be able to deliver 9% of work more. So almost 10% actually of work more I will be deliver if I will invest in January in this modernization project. So this is the way how I usually present that to my client. And here, as you can see, I'm not talking technologies, I'm talking business, I'm talking money to them, and they understand that language really well. Saying that, let's switch to the technical part and see how I will actually implement that example with my ASP.NET Web API, my Azure DevOps, and a bunch of other tools that I have. Let's talk about Entity Framework first. In general, Entity Framework is a very good way how you can manage your database schema changes. So let's say that I've just started my project, and what I have here, I have my first migration. I called it InitialDB, and I've basically created a table with 2 columns, and I call the table employees. Then my project evolved, and what I did next, I basically altered that table. I've created my second migration, and I've added 2 more columns to that table. Okay, so that was done by me as a dev person. Okay, let's say that now I am a DBA person, and I was asked to review those changes. Why it may be not so easy for me to do that? Because let's say that we are using the Microsoft stack, and let's say that we are using, as in this example, the C# and .NET to do the application development, and therefore we are using the Microsoft SQL Server as a database engine. So if I'm working with Microsoft SQL database as a DBA, what you can expect from me is that I will know T-SQL, but I will not always know the C#, especially to that level as a dev person will know it. Okay, so of course all those migrations that I basically showed you here, they are relatively simple, but anyway, I mean, like, this is still the code, and I mean, like, that C# code will be still by some magic translated to the exact SQL statements. And if you ask me to review that code, then it will mean that I not only need to know about C#, but I also need to know how exactly the Entity Framework will translate that C# code to my SQL statements. Okay. The second part, why I may not be fully happy with that, is basically with my startup class. Because if I will follow most of the examples all over the internet how to do the Entity Framework together with the ASP.NET, they will recommend that you will basically do what I did here on my line number 51 in your startup file, that you will put the explicit call to context database migrate method. In that way, you will kind of always apply the latest changes to your database as soon as your application will start. Again, if you're doing POC, there are nothing wrong with that kinds of approaches, okay? But let's say that you need to do this release to the production server. As a DBA person, I will be unhappy with that because now I don't have any control over which exact changes will be applied to the database. And the most important part is, if as a DBA person I need to guarantee something like a 0 downtime, or I don't know, let's say that maybe some requirements in terms of in case the deployment will fail, we will need to roll it back, then again, as a DBA person, I will not have a full control of that, so I cannot be technically responsible for that. And in addition to that, the application itself will be unable to start before all the migrations will be applied. So it means that if I have a lot of migrations that needs to be applied on top of that database, the application will be unable to start and unable to work. And of course, that will even increase the level of tension in the team. So what I can do with this one? So with this one, I recommend to fix it with an Entity Framework, basically CLI tool that you can install as a part of your .NET SDK in general. So let's see how it can be done. Talking about .NET Entity Framework CLI, I would also like to talk a bit about Azure DevOps pipelines. So what you can see here, this is a regular Azure DevOps pipeline, and basically this is a build pipeline for the same web API application that I just used in my previous example. The tasks here are pretty much simple and straightforward. As you can see, I'm installing .NET 5, I'm restoring my packages, I'm building on all my projects, then I'm basically publishing all my projects, and it looks pretty much familiar for any other .NET project that you may have. But let's scroll a bit down here, and what I have here, I have a set of tasks which I will use basically to do that thing, to generate the SQL script for my Entity Framework migrations. So the first task, as you can see here, is to install the .NET Entity Framework CLI in general, and I'm doing that by typing .NET install .NET-EF -- global. You can run that command locally as well, and it will actually produce the same results. So what will happen, you will install that Entity Framework CLI, and that will be available for you on this particular machine. The funny stuff is that, as far as I remember, Microsoft removed the Entity Framework CLI from the .NET Core SDK version 3. So if you're using the version before that, so let's say .NET Core SDK version 2, then that tool may be actually a part of your SDK already. But anyway, this is the way how you can do that right now. I mean, like with the .NET 5 and stuff. And as soon as you have that tool, what you can do then, you can basically run that tool to create your migration scripts. So what I'm doing next, I'm basically typing the .NET Entity Framework migrations script command, and I need to specify a few arguments to generate a SQL script for my migrations. So the first thing, I need to specify the path to the project where I have all my migrations, and I'm doing that by providing this project argument here. The next, and again, this is not mandatory, this is just the way how I designed my example, and in my example I have all my migrations in one file, but all the other things related to how the Entity Framework works in general, I mean like the design assembly, I have it in a separate project. And I did that on purpose. I will not talk about that purpose now because that's not the part of this conversation, but anyway, I mean like if you're doing the same, then you need to specify the startup project as well, because in a startup project I am basically creating the Entity Framework default context. But if you were following with your Entity Framework the same approaches that they show to you in the, let's say, most of the manuals and tutorials online, then you should be fine with just specifying the project itself. Okay, so next what I'm doing here, I'm specifying the output argument, and as you can see here, the output argument is basically showing the exact path, or let's say the exact file name of that newly created SQL script. I mean like the script that will be created as a result of this command. And then I specify probably the most important argument in this whole bunch, and that argument is idempotent. It basically means that it will create that script in a way that you can apply it to any database, and you don't care actually about which other scripts were already applied to the database. It will check for each and every migration, was it applied or not? If not, it will apply it. If yes, it will skip and proceed forward. And I will show you in a few moments why this is extremely important. And as you can see, the final step here is, as soon as I've created that script, I basically exported or like published that as an artifact. So let's go to Azure DevOps and run this pipeline. So here we are on Azure DevOps screen, and let's run this pipeline. There is an error here that it cannot validate the YAML file, and that's fine because I just didn't merge all my other branches back to main. So I will choose the initial migration branch. As you can see, no issues with this one, and I will run it. So on average, it will run maybe like for a minute or minute and a half, and what I will do while it's actually running, I would like to also tell you that this URL that you see here, this is actually a public project. So it will basically means that you can type this URL in your browser and you can go here, you can check all the code, you can check all the pipelines and stuff like that. Let me just open an in private window, so you will see that basically I am not using any credentials here. As you can see, it's asking me to sign in, but anyway, even as an anonymous user, I can go here, I can check all the different branches, and here I have all the different pipelines, and basically everything that I showed you today during this demo and during the other demos that will come next, everything is already here, so feel free to go and check it here. Let's return here. As you can see, we are almost done. Let's actually open the job log. Okay, now as you can see, it took about 2 seconds to install the Entity Framework CLI, another 2 seconds to generate the script, and what we have here, we have 3 published artifacts, and I have API, DB, and SQL. In API, I have my binaries basically for my API. In DB, I have my binaries for the DB project because I also use that to initialize my DB with some test data. But again, that's not the part of our conversation today. In my SQL folder, in my SQL artifact, I mean what I have the DB schema SQL. So let me just download this file here, and let me just open this file here with my Visual Studio Code. So this is the script basically which was created for the first migration branch, for the initial DB branch, with that key to make that script idempotent. So what you can see here, basically it will validate that we have the Entity Framework migration history table. If not, we will create it, and then what it will do, it will basically check for each and every migration by name, is that present in that table or not, and if it is, I mean, like, it will just skip it. If not, it will just create the employees table, and at the end it will insert, as soon as all the tables, all the new columns, basically all the migrations were applied, it will just basically insert that initial DB record to the Entity Framework migration history table. So what I want to do next, I want to return back to my Azure DevOps, and I want to rerun this pipeline again, but now I want to run it for my branch second migration. Again, it will take about a minute, but what I expect to have right now, I expect basically to have my second script, and I just want to show you the difference, because if you remember, in my first migration I just created a table. In my second migration I've altered the table with basically adding a few columns. So what I will do now, I will probably pause and then I will fast forward for about a minute and show you the results of this build pipeline. Okay, as you can see here, we are done. So let's go and check what we have in our published artifacts. The breakdown here is the same, so let's download this guy now, and let's do the same. Let's open this file again with Visual Studio Code. So what I have here, as you can see, the beginning of this file is more or less the same, okay, but then what I have next, then I'm checking for my second migration. and I'm basically altering my employees table, and I'm creating all those new columns that I was talking about. So this is the way how it will work. Again, I mean, like, the first part of the file, the first probably like 30 lines are the same. Technically, you may believe that if we will just export that table, then it will just create all the columns in one go. But no, because that was two separate migrations, then here in this file, in this script, that's again needs to be interpreted as a few different migrations. So what we can do next? I do believe that this approach in general is quite good, and of course it will simplify the review process, because now the DBA team can check the SQL scripts themselves. But can we improve that and provide even a better experience to it? I do believe we can, so let's check the next demo. So, how we can improve our review process even further? Let's check this one out. If we are following the Git flow way of working, it basically means that in our main branch we should always have the latest version of the application which was deployed to production. What it actually means? It means that in our main branch we will always have the latest schema version of our production database. It basically means that now if I want to do the pull request, if I want to review the pull request of, let's say, one of my feature branches back to my dev or main branch, whatever, I can say that in my main branch or in my dev branch I have my baseline. So I can compare that baseline to those changes which I am about to include in my pull request, even if it was like more than one migration, and I can review that all together. So how I can actually do that with Azure DevOps? Let's check this one out. So first of all, here in my pipeline, I'm defining a resource. I'm defining basically a repo resource, and I'm pointing it to the same repo as I'm using for this particular pipeline as well. So now I will be able to check out the same repo in two different folders. Why I need to do that? Because I can do that for two different branches. I can check out, let's say, one branch as a current branch, and I can check out the second branch as a baseline branch. And this is what I'm doing here. As you can see, my steps are the following. The first one is checkout self, which will basically check out the current version in a current branch. And the next checkout is check out the baseline. And the baseline, as you can see, the repo name is the baseline, and this is referring to that baseline that I defined here. Okay, and then I'm basically doing more or less the same stuff that I showed you before in the previous pipeline. So I'm installing .NET 5, I'm restoring the packages, I'm doing all that stuff, and then I'm also installing the Entity Framework tool, and I'm generating my scripts. I'm generating my script for the baseline, and I'm generating my script for the new. So on that part I could probably stop, but I do believe that you see actually here on the right side that there is more or less half of the pipeline also down there. So why I'm not happy with this only solution in particular? The reason is that, of course, if you're working with the relatively small migrations, then your script became relatively small, and what you can do then, you can just download those two scripts and then you can review them on your local machine using basically any tool you want that can help you to compare two files. But if you're working in enterprise, if you're working in a relatively big project, then at some point it may become extremely challenging. Okay, so is there a way for me how I can, let's say, compare those two files somewhere there on server? Of course I can do that, and the way how I did that in this particular demo is that I was actually using the Git itself. I was using the regular Git because the Git is already there as a source control management tool, because otherwise I will be unable to check out my repos in the first place. So let's see how I did that. I did that with this a bit crazy command line activity, which started at line 80 and ended up at line 104. Okay, so there are a few things to highlight here. So first of all, because I wanted to make it pretty, I was forced to run the line number 84, and 84 basically creates an empty folder called diff in my staging directory for my artifacts. And I did that because otherwise Git will be unable to compare those two files and save the results of that comparison to the folder which is not created yet. Okay, so I run, as you can see here, at line 86 git diff, and then I provided a bunch of arguments. First of all, I provided no index, which actually means that I'm comparing those two scripts, and those two scripts, they are, let's say, not under the source control. And you may ask me actually why they are not under source control, and the reason is that those scripts were just generated a few moments ago as a part of my activity using the Entity Framework CLI tool. So the C# files themselves, they are under the source control, of course, but the SQL scripts I produce, they are not. So that is why I've added the no index argument. Okay, so then I've basically added a bunch of other arguments like ignore all spaces, space change, and la la la. The next one argument which is important is on line 94. Here I'm basically specifying that I want to save the results of that comparison to that schema.diff file. And line 95 and line 96, I'm basically stating the two different files that I want to compare. And of course I will compare my baseline to my new version of the schema. And then there is one more nasty thing about how the Git CLI works in general. I cannot explain that, but at least I can highlight that as a fact, because when I was implementing that for the first time, I was basically spending a lot of efforts to make it work in the first place. So the issue is that when you will run the git diff command, especially in this mode, it will generate three kinds, let's say, of exit codes. It can generate exit code 0, which will mean that there were no differences between those two files. It can generate the exit code 1, which will mean that there were some differences. Or it can generate the exit code 2, which will mean that there used to be a problem and the comparison was unable to finish, or I don't know. And why this is an issue? This is an issue because if your CLI will exit with something that is not 0, the Azure pipeline will believe that this is a failure and it will stop the pipeline. Of course, you can say that I want to ignore basically all those errors and I want my pipeline to continue, but in that case, when it will exit with non-zero code, which will be exit code 2, it will mean that you will basically lose the visibility to the potential errors that may happen because, I don't know, let's say the files were not there or something like that. So that is why I was forced to add this kind of a if statement below. So I'm checking if the exit code of the previous command was either 0 or 1, then I will treat both of them as a successful results, and I will exit with the 0 code, and I will in that way kind of tell Azure DevOps that everything is fine, let's continue our pipeline. But in case the exit code was not 0 and not 1, I want to exit with that exit code because potentially there used to be a problem and I want to stop my pipeline so I can get back and investigate. Okay. The next thing that I want to show you here is the usage of another tool, diff to HTML CLI. This is the npm package created in Node.js, and this one I use here just to do the prettified version of my output, and I will show it to you when I will run the pipeline itself. But what I'm doing here, I'm basically installing that tool to my temp folder, as you can see on a task which starts at line 106, and then task which starts at 116, on line 116, I will run that tool, and what I will say here, I will provide the arguments like on line 121 that my input source is a file, and 122 that I want to export that also as a file. So I want to consume the diff results that were generated by the Git, and I want to create a nice and prettify HTML version of it so I can show it on the Azure DevOps itself. And line 123 side the styles equal side, it basically means that I want to have my comparison side by side into columns. And then the last argument is I'm basically providing the path to the schema diff file which was generated as a part of the previous script. And what I have then, I have basically two more tasks. The first one is exporting my HTML, and here I'm using the plugin which called published HTML report. I'm using that plugin to basically visualize that HTML and attach it to the exact instance of my build run. And the last but not least, publish the build artifacts. So together with all the other artifacts that were produced as a part of this pipeline, I will also publish everything related to this comparison. So what we can do next, let's go to Azure DevOps and see how it actually works. And now we're back again at Azure DevOps, and you are looking at the CompareDB pipeline. So let me run it for you. First of all, I need to choose for which exact branch I would like it to run. So let's say that I will use my branch which is 03 second migration. Okay, and what I need to do as well, I need to go to resources, and here as you can see I have my baseline, and in this case I want to use my second feature branch which is initial migration to be my baseline. Okay, so this one is selected here, and I do believe that I'm good to go. I will run it. And again, based on basically the previous runs, I can say that this will run for like a minute and a half. So what I would like to do here, I would like to just fast forward it for you, and then I will return back and together we will inspect the results. Okay, so the pipeline is finished. So what I can have here, let's check our artifacts first. Let's go here, and as you can see we have the two published artifacts. First of all, we have the SQL published artifact with those two SQL files. The full script for the new schema and the full script for the baseline schema, in case you want to download and review those guys. In the same way, we have diff artifact where I have the schema diff itself. That's basically what my Git CLI produced, and also I have the schema diff.html as a report. And in addition to that, as you can see here, I have the published HTML tab, so I can switch here and voila. okay, I'm using the dark theme and this is using the white theme, so that's maybe not the best way to show it, so sorry for that, guys. But anyway, I mean, like, the key point here is that as you can see, basically I'm showing you the same difference between the first migration and the second migration, and this is what Git found to be different in those two files. So with that, your DBA team will be able to go here to have a quick look on what actual difference was in the first place, because that schema and the new schema, and if you will use that build definition as a part of the validation process for your pull request, then they will be able to either, if it was something simple like that, I prove it right away, or if it's something more complex that needs to be investigated in more details, again, they can go to the artifacts, they can download those two scripts, they can run all the other tests they like on their local machine, and then go and either approve or provide their comments why they are not really happy with that. So I really encourage you to use this way of working, because we found that quite useful in our enterprise projects.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello everyone! Today in this talk we're going to learn how to launch neural network training on Microsoft Azure. couple of words about myself. My name is Dmitry Hizbudin, and I'm a principal engineer in Huawei Research Institute, Russia. And I have approximately 10 years of experience as a software engineer and a researcher in the fields of computer vision. I started my career in an American startup in television, worked on edge analytics, then worked in Starship Technologies in Estonia, in Tallinn. Starship developed mobile robots, which have 10 cameras covering the perimeter, and they need to know how to make their way through the unconstrained environment of urban scenes. I worked in autonomous intelligent driving. It's a level 4 autonomous driving startup in Munich, now merged with Argo AI. And at the moment I work in Huawei as a researcher, working on a bunch of neural network training topics. Here you can find my contacts, check out my articles. Let's get back to our topic. As an evangelist in neural network training, I would like to train my neural networks wherever I can. And a very good place to start is Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a cloud platform which allows you to launch on-premise machines, and this is a much better approach than running neural network training on your local machines, since you need to assemble, design your machine, purchase it, wait for maybe 1 month until it arrives, make sure it works, ensure reliable power supply, since neural network training typically takes quite long time, hours and maybe days. With Azure, you can do it very quickly and easily, and we are going to look into it today. Azure provides us with a $200 budget to start neural network training or any kind of software deployment. And if we are talking about neural networks, we first need to have a task at hand. And our task will be from autonomous driving field. It will be object detection, specifically bounding box detection on images. So an autonomous driving car drives the surroundings and sees them with a bunch of cameras, and we would like to detect all the dynamic and potentially moving objects such as cars, pedestrians, bicyclists, all the vulnerable traffic participants. The code is already prepared here on GitHub. What is the neural network that we are going to launch? The neural network is a bounding box single stage detector of architecture SSD. You can check out the paper for the details. And the idea is actually that a neural network backbone, which is originally VGG16, processes the input image and then generates a bunch of predictions which then are passed to the loss function, and then the neural network weights are optimized in the way that neural network gets better and better in detecting the bounding boxes of objects. The neural network that we are going to launch is actually a little bit different. It has ResNet 18 backbone, and this is the detection head. We actually have this description, this visualization coming from the framework. The framework that we'll be using is PyTorch. It's a very handy framework for neural network development. Without further ado, let's head to Azure portal. It is available at the link portal.azure.com. We need to get a subscription, get an account, and then we'll have access to all the features, and the features that we'll need are virtual machines, disks, and resource groups. One thing I would like to go over is the selection of machines with GPUs. In Microsoft Azure terms, the types of machines are called sizes, and sizes mostly refer to the amount of virtual CPUs available. But we are going to run neural network training on GPUs, and GPUs make it 10-30 times faster to train neural network. What generations of NVIDIA GPUs we have on Microsoft Azure? Basically the entire lineup, from the oldest ones, K80 with Kepler architecture, and we have the selection of 1 or 2 or 4 GPUs per machine. We have the latest generations like T4 with Turing architecture. We have only the selection of 1 or 4 GPUs per machine, and the most powerful GPUs are V100 with Volta architecture, and we can actually run several several neural network replicas up to 8. So 1, 2, 4, or 8 V100 are available for training. The naming is somewhat complicated, so you'll need to figure out what's the relationships between the names of the machines and the GPUs available. And some machines actually have AMD GPUs, which are not helpful for us for neural network training, since we need CUDA and cuDNN. Let's check out what are the prices for the machines. So the simplest machine is NC series with K80 GPUs, and the prices are relatively modest. It is the one GPU machine is less than $1 per hour, and there are actually promo versions of these machines which are 2.5 times cheaper. One important point to realize is that these machines are not available across all the regions and all the zones inside regions. Making a quick research, I figure out that K80 GPUs are available in South Central US and specifically Zone 2. Talking about T4 GPUs, these seem less expensive than K80, and T4 is actually approximately 2 times faster for neural network training. However, they don't have promo versions of the machines. T4 GPUs are available also in South Central US Zone 1, not 2 as for K80, and in East US Zone 2. Most likely there are other locations where GPU machines are available. You need to scan for the locations and check out manually where you can find the GPU you need. For this Beast GPU V100, the prices are of course higher, but it is approximately 2 times faster than T4 for neural network training. It is available at South Central US, Zone 1. What we'll see eventually after running neural network training is this layout for one GPU machine, and we'll take a look how to parallelize our training for for multiple GPUs in a single machine. What we'll see eventually is to we'll see how to visualize the graphs of loss. So the loss function must go down and the accuracy must go up during the training process. Let's get back to Microsoft Azure and finally launch our first neural network training process. First, we need to create a resource group. So this is the straightforward way to group your resources such as machines, disks, and keys. Let's create resource group. We create it under some subscription, so this is my only subscription. Let's name it tutorial. And the region that we'll select is South Central US. Then we are not going to add any tags. And we see that there is a green checkbox. This is important at the Review and Create tab, that this checkbox is green. Great, we have our resource group. Let's get back to home and create a virtual machine. We click add and we see a master guiding us through the creation of a virtual machine. Again, we select our subscription, we select our newly created resource group. Let's first ensure that the region is correct, and let's go and select the proper size. We are going to create an NC machine, and here we need to actually find our size that we need. What we need is NC6 Promo. Here in the hint you can see that it is available only at zone 2. That's why we need to head back, select zone 2, and here it is, NC6 Promo with the 6 virtual CPU cores and 1 K80 GPU. Here it is. One nice thing about Azure is that it actually shows the pricing right here, so you can estimate the cost per month. The next thing, we need to select the image out of which we are going to create the operating systems and have all the drivers and the tools installed. There are several options with Windows and Ubuntu. We could select straightforwardly an Ubuntu image, but in this case we'll have to install all the CUDA drivers, cuDNN, our favorite deep learning frameworks, but luckily Microsoft have prepared for us data science virtual machine image. Let's search for it. Here it is. It runs Ubuntu 18 and has lots of tools and packages pre-installed. For the old generation GPU like K80, we need to select Gen 1, so Gen 2 is not supported yet. There is a red box here. No worries, everything is fine. Maybe there is a minor bug in validation. Then to be able to connect to the machine, we need to create a key pair so that we can connect to our machine via SSH. Let's give it a name, Dmitry. For the first time, we create a key. We need to create it in this menu, and later we can select the existing key. We can add a data disk to the machine. Luckily, the dataset and the space for the dataset that we are going to download, it is Kitty from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, an autonomous driving dataset. It takes approximately 25 gigabytes, and this is enough to put it on the local disk. But for the bigger dataset, you can create an additional disk and mount it. Then, for the networking, we just leave everything intact and won't create any tags. Let's see, we don't have a green checkbox. Something is missing in the configuration. Let's figure out. Something is not right in the basic. Oh, great. We forgot to give a name to our virtual machine. Let's call it K86 to remind us that it is K80 GPU and 6 virtual CPUs. Let's go straight to review and create. Great, the validation is passed. We again see the reminder for the cost of the machine, and we can go for it and create it. When we create a key pair, we need to download a PEM key. Let's put it in some folder. And the machine is being created. Let's go to the console and change the permissions for the key so that we can use it. Let's set it for read-only. Great, now we can use the key. The deployment takes some time, and while the machine is being created, we don't have an IP associated for it, so we cannot connect to it yet. Let's wait for a while. Great, we have our machine deployed. Let's go to the resource. And what we see here is that the machine is available at this public address. Let's copy it, and then let's SSH into the machine. We need to give the key as a parameter. And our default username is Azure user at our machine. The first time we need to answer yes. We have already logged in to our machine, so it takes seconds to launch it. That's great. You can see that the data science virtual machine image contains Anaconda environments, so we can actually go and activate it to start training immediately. I prefer Tmax for Windows management. Let's first make sure that GPU is available. NVIDIA SMI. Awesome. We have a K80 GPU at our hands. Let's run htop for CPU and memory monitoring. Now we need to activate Anaconda environment. Anaconda activate. Okay, then we would like to go to GitHub and take our code, clone it to our machine. You can see that the code is fetched. Now, before we launch the training, we need to either create, normally the good practice is to create a new environment from the exported Conda environment to a YML file. But this time we are going to check out what's actually there in the already created Conda environment for PyTorch. I know that not all packages are there, so we need to pip install the remaining packages that the code uses. It is TensorBoard X, TensorBoard itself, and tabulate. Let's wait for a second. And finally, to get ready for training, we need to fetch the dataset. Let's run Python, fetch dataset. It will take some time. What we can do while the dataset is being downloaded, we can actually check out what's the speed of download. We need to install Beam1. Beam1. Where we can monitor the speed of download. It's 26 megabytes per second. Great, we've got our dataset downloaded. We don't need Beam1 anymore. Time to launch neural network training. Python detect2d.py. We can see that the pre-trained model for the backbone is being downloaded. And the script launches. You can see that the GPU RAM gets filled with tensors. Let's see what happens first. The prefetching stage, which runs on CPU, fills the queue of batches that we are going to train on. And once the queue is filled, the GPU starts to read them out, and neural network training starts running. We can see some statistics. Great, our neural network training is in progress. What we see here is that GPU is loaded almost entirely, around 95%. We can see that the process is not CPU compute bound, since the cores are not loaded entirely. So this is a very good sign, since you definitely would like to load GPU and not be bound by CPU consumption. So the training is in progress. It will take approximately 30 hours to train this neural network. Meanwhile, while it gets trained, we can monitor its progress with the graphs in TensorBoard. To do this, we activate our environment and launch TensorBoard as the daemon process on our cloud machine. TensorBoard, it's minus log dir. Logs. Awesome, we have TensorBoard running, but it is available only on the cloud machine at port 6006, and we cannot access it at our console, at our host machine. We could expose port 6006 to the world and then go to the IP address, but we don't want our experiments to be visible to everyone on the internet. That's why we are going to forward the ports to our local machine. How do we do this? We create another SSH session, SSH -i. Again, we need to specify the key. And with port forwarding, we want to forward to the local port 607, for example, on our local host. And the remote port will be 606, as TensorBoard runs there. And again, we need to provide the username and the IP address of our cloud machine. Okay, let's leave this console intact and head to localhost 607. Awesome. We have access to our TensorBoard session, even though it is running on the cloud machine. You can see that the training is in progress. The loss function goes down, and this is a very good sign that your neural network is converging. So we are not going to wait for the training to finish. As I mentioned, it takes around 30 hours. What eventually we'll see is this TensorBoard graph, where you can see that the loss pretty well converges and the accuracy goes to the maximal value. One thing is that we probably don't want to sit and wait for this training session to finish. So actually we can disconnect from Tmux, and the process will be running under Tmux, and disconnect from the session and probably turn off our machine and connect to the session and connect to the cloud machine later when the training is finished. What I would like to show you is how to actually launch multi-GPU training. For this, we'll get back to Azure and create another virtual machine. It will be a machine with 4 K80 GPUs. Select tutorial. Give it a name, K80 24, to remind us of the number of cores. South Central, availability zone 2, and let's select the size, NC24 Promo. we already have a key pair, so we can use the existing key pair. Here we select it, and we'll leave everything intact, just review and create. The first time you create an account on Microsoft Azure, you will face some amount of quotas for virtual CPUs for some specific sizes. I contacted the support, Microsoft support, and asked for the increase of quotas for NC machines. They answer pretty quickly, so it may take even less than a day. Let's create the machine. Okay, the machine has started. Let's go to the resource, copy its address, and connect to it. Azure user at our newly created machine. You can see that we have 4 GPUs on this machine. All of them are K80, and we have way more CPU cores here. I have skipped the download of the dataset for the sake of saving time, and now we are ready to launch distributed training on 4 GPUs at the same time. Python detect 2d.py. We can see that the GPU gets filled with tensors of weights, and we see that the pre-processing threads get launched. They are assembling batches of tensors to feed into the neural network. And let's see how the neural network training scales. Great, we see that all 4 GPUs gets loaded. The load is not 100%. So it's somewhat lower, and from the practical perspective, I see the speed up of training approximately 3 times from running the code on 4 GPUs. The scale is not linear, since we run PyTorch's data parallel distribution module. If we ran another module which is also available, distributed data parallel, then the percents of load will be slightly higher, and it will be approximately 3.5 times faster running on 4 GPUs compared to running on 1 GPU. Awesome, we have our neural network training running on multiple GPUs at the same time, and it definitely speeds up the training cycle, since it's oftentimes it's the most critical part to iterate over neural network versions very quickly. Once we have finished neural network training, we can fetch the logs and the neural network checkpoint, the best checkpoint that has been achieved via SCP back to our machine, and then we shouldn't forget to stop the machines. So we go to virtual machines, and we can actually stop them. Stopping will preserve the disks in this resource group. So once you no longer need the disks and you are finished with training on Microsoft Azure, you can delete the disks as well. Like here, you can go and delete the disks from your account. That's it. Thank you for staying tuned with me for this tutorial on how to launch neural network training on Microsoft Azure, and have a good day. Bye.
So guys, this is it. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to say thank you very much to all our speakers team. You guys did a really great job today. Thank you for the sharing of your knowledge, for your insights, and for your inspiration. Thank you very much to all the participants for your questions, for your attention, and for your activity. And of course, thank you very, very much to our partners, Luxoft, Parimatch-Tech, Virex, and Intellias. Now I wish you a great weekend. I wish you to implement something from you've heard today in your projects. And I hope to see all of you on the MS Stage 2022. Bye-bye.